Chapter 740. A few days ago, that Zhongguang couldn't take it and fought with Ao Kuan. Zhongguang was badly injured and could only flee helplessly. Although the two of them are of the same grade, there is a huge gap in combat strength. That sworn brother of yours is really something. That Zhongguang was Saint Realm 2,000 years ago, but in front of him, he only lasted for half a day. Shui Lingbo said with a weird expression. In her heart, she was filled with respect for Zhong Shou. This fellow didn't know the exact situation outside of the cloud world and actually dared to not take a step back in front of a God Realm cultivator. He obviously saw through Yuanming's strength. Swordsmen were fearless, but they also needed to be good at planning. This kid was good at both. Zhong Shou was slightly startled. Zhongguang? Who was that? He had never heard of him. To have the ability to fight with Ao Kuan and Shui Lingbo personally said that they were of the same grade. Naturally he was Saint Realm. He was most probably an elder of Dowling vast habitat in the outer region. However, didn't Ao Kuan just enter the Saint Realm not long ago? A while ago, due to the destruction dragon pellet not being compatible with his personality, his foundations were unstable. How was he able to heavily injure that Zhongguang? One must know that those who could enter such a realm were all geniuses that were 1 in a billion in the world. The gap in talent between them was actually really small. Even if there was a difference in combat strength, that was the difference in the Dao and the source level. However, since this Zhongguang stepped into the Saint Realm 2,000 years ago, there was no reason why he couldn't suppress Ao Kuan. Even if the latter grasped the destruction technique, following which Shui Lingbo continued, there is one more thing. Your senior brother Mingyu told me to pass a message. He said that at most in 20 days, 2 more Saint Realm experts will return. Longxian Fairy Aobi and Huayun Jinren, the two of them have been together for 10,000 years and their names spread far and wide in the outer region. If it was just one, he could deal with them. However, if they worked together, even if he and Ao Kuan worked together, he didn't have the confidence to win. He wants you to be careful. I see. With just a thought, Zhong Shou knew why Yuanming was acting tough today, but he was a coward. Junior sister, are you trying to say that Yuanming didn't dare to attack because she was worried about my brother? Is it because these 2 Saint Realm experts are about to return to the cloud world and are not willing to take the risk? He felt a little regretful. He nearly thought that Yuanming was scared off by him. However, this was even better. He had more confidence in what he was going to do later. You're worth teaching. Shui Lingbo nodded with a smile. That's why Martial Nephew Han told you not to go overboard. The Dao faction had a deep foundation. Within the vast habitat, apart from Yuanming, there is no one else who can suppress you. However, above the vast habitat, there were still grotto heavens. There are hundreds of gods inside. Although most of them are sleeping and recuperating, it's hard to guarantee that the Dao sect won't go crazy and open the grotto heaven in advance, or invite 1 or 2 ancestors to descend. Zhong Shou raised his eyebrows again. Grotto heaven? Master? He heard that there were 3 grotto heavens which were above the 5 vast habitat. The Taoist and Demon faction each held one. However, the biggest one belonged to the Confucian faction. The Confucian faction didn't have a vast habitat, but they had a grotto heaven. It was said that the White Deer Cave Academy that was renowned in the world, yet no one knew its location, was built within it. Within the grotto heaven, there were many tablets of the Confucian faction's ancient saints. It was filled with righteous energy. Any cultivator, be it righteous or demon, wouldn't be able to get close. The Taoist grotto heaven was the most mysterious. The Kenzo sect split from the Taoist faction, which was why they should be sharing that grotto heaven with the Taoist faction. As for the Buddhist faction and Song Dao, one was an outsider while the other split from the Confucian faction. They were ostracized by many sects and aristocratic families in the cloud world and were unable to have their own grotto heaven. As for this ancestor, speaking of which, Yan Fan and Shui Lingbo had mentioned him several times when they were fighting for him to join the sect. Till date, he still wasn't sure what kind of presence this so-called ancestor was. He was slightly curious and wanted to ask. However, now wasn't the time. He didn't care too much. Zhong Shou guided the power of the pill to slowly spread out in his body. The blood marrow in his bones shook and blood was formed. In just a moment, his face turned red once more. The biggest benefit of this different technique that he trained in was that it was neutral and peaceful. At the start, it was really normal. Power was even weaker than the King Path martial arts of those small countries in the cloud world. However, he could build up his foundations bit by bit. Once he was able to cultivate to the 9th layer and above, he would be able to display the strength of the King Path to the maximum. Even this blood sacrifice technique wouldn't hurt his foundations. Using the pill, in just a moment, he recovered a large portion of his essence energy. When everything in his body was settled, the sharp sword intent that he had retracted charged out of his body once more. His eyes were as sharp as knives, his fighting spirit boiling. Although that Yuanmeng was rude, his words were right. Shui Lingbo was halfway through her words when she suddenly stopped, only to see that not far away, Zhong Shou had already flown up and left the peak of Tsuaming Peak. The blood-colored sword in his hand gave out a sword ring. Behind him, Longing roared out like he was resonating with Zhong Shou's vast sword intent. Only then did he feel that something wasn't right and also flew into the air. She stepped on a red cloud-like veil, and with a flash, she chased behind Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou, where are you going? Since Dowling Vast Habitat doesn't care about their face, then what is the point of you staying in the central continent? Dowling Vast Realm, you are crazy. Shui Lingbo's face was almost pale, and her eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. At this moment, the two of them were flying towards the south. 2,000 miles away was Dowling Vast Habitat. Did this fellow really go crazy? Zhong Shou smiled and knew that Shui Lingbo came over because of Tsang Xingdao's orders to ask him to stop. He also knew that the sect was concerned about him, which was why he wasn't unhappy. However, this matter couldn't end just like that. This time, not only was he seeking justice for those million people, but he was also doing it for himself, for Gantian Mountain. He definitely had a plan. Junior sister Shui, do you think that senior brother would choose this common people's vast habitat? Your senior brother isn't a fool. Shui Lingbo didn't bother about the way he addressed her, her brows furrowing as she thought to herself, wasn't that the case? Everyone said that Zhao Yanran and her were crazy, but when Zhong Shou was crazy, he was even crazier than them. He even dared to kill Wu Su, so what else couldn't he do? Zhong Shou laughed silently. Actually, you can say that I am crazy. What he saw was that Dowling Vast Habitat in front of him. Dowling Vast Habitat, within the 10,000 soul lamp room. Yuanming's face was dark and sunken as he kept the pure spiritual sense incarnation that was thousands of miles away. Then, he was silent as he entered deep thought. Since Wu Su died, he had been in charge of this 10,000 soul lamp room. He was in charge of all matters of the vast habitat. However, this place was really peaceful. Outside of the lamp room there was a huge commotion. Close to 10,000 disciples of the vast habitat were arguing in the stone hall outside. They were either quoting scriptures or mocking the hot wind. Most of them were red in the face from arguing. There were some who were restless and had nefarious intentions, using words to sow discord. They were fighting for the position of the next palace head. The choice of the palace head wasn't in the hands of these disciples, but it didn't stop them from creating momentum. Each time they were scolded by him, they would be quiet for a while. However, in just 2 to 4 hours they would return to their old ways. They were just short of pulling out their swords and fighting one another. Luckily, these people knew their limits and didn't cause trouble in front of him. The Taoist faction elders were all focused on cultivation. This was why the vast habitat palace head was like the sect head. He controlled the vast habitat disciple spots, tens of thousands of Tao soldiers, hundreds of protector gods, as well as numerous resources. Even if it wasn't obvious, it could allow a sect or faction to benefit greatly. Yuan Meng wanted to suppress them, but who knew how many celestial realm, god realm, and even saint realm experts were behind these people. This was why he was too lazy to bother and allowed them to argue. However, for some reason, today he felt more and more annoyed. Just now, although he was really fierce towards Zhong Shou, his heart was bleeding. Why didn't the Taoist faction have such a talented disciple who could go up against him? Why did such an outstanding person have to be the enemy of the Taoist faction? He was filled with frustration and wasn't willing to stay in this lamp room any longer. Yuanming's body shook and he appeared outside of the vast habitat, on a lone peak. Looking at the vast cloud ocean, only then did he feel much better. However, he wasn't the only one on this peak. Qing Ming. Yuan Meng looked beside him. She was also standing on the cliff. A beautiful teen in a blue Taoist robe. You have recovered? That's good, this time you are safe. If anything happened to you, I really don't know how to answer to Senior Master. Qingming thanks Senior Master for your concern. The teen bowed and then laughed bitterly. This time Qingming wanted to come back. Even if anything happens, I asked for it and it has nothing to do with Senior Master. In the past, I was always proud of my talent. Other people cultivated for 100 years but I only took 10. I looked down on the cloud world and didn't care about anyone else. Only now did I know that there is always someone better. Senior Master's warning was right. However, I dragged down Senior Brother Zigui. She asked worriedly, is there a chance for Senior Brothers Wu Su and Zigui to revive? Yuan Meng nodded his head in satisfaction. Although it was dangerous, to be able to suffer some setbacks and train one's heart was not bad. In the end, when he heard this he frowned. Zigui was focused on improving and didn't leave any protection techniques. Wu Su's soul was heavily injured. Zhong Shou's absolute beginning sword couldn't even leave the soul in his incarnation. Luckily, there is still a chance of survival in the 10,000 soul lamp room. Qingming was slightly sad and asked curiously, Senior Master went to see Zhong Shou today, what did he say? This kid is arrogant, naturally he wouldn't agree. Yuan Meng opened his eyes in rage, his eyes were filled with a cold intent. This matter is okay, he won't be able to cause much waves alone. Our Taoist faction has lost all face and it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. We just need to wait for your Huayun and Longxian ancestors to return and within a few months we will be able to kill this kid. Qingming's eyes were filled with joy, killing intent rose up on her face. It was also at this moment that a beam of red light fell from the distant sky. Dowling vast habitat, does anyone come out to fight with me? A clear voice shook the clouds. Yuan Meng was startled and then his face turned ashen white. Chapter 741. Does anyone from Dowling vast habitat come out to fight with me? In just a moment, Zhong Shou's voice rang out once more. His voice spread thousands of miles like he was afraid that others couldn't hear it, spreading far and wide. Yuanming's face was not only ashen white, but also slightly purple. His gaze was dark as he looked at the young man standing on a sand dune about 100 miles away from the cliff. A blood sword stabbed in front of him, giving off an overbearing and domineering aura. Even 100 miles away, he could feel Zhong Shou's fighting spirit. This kid was really going to declare war on the entire Dowling vast habitat. Qingming clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling as she looked furiously into the distance. Not long ago, she wanted to ask if the Taoist faction could really wipe out Gantian Mountain in a few months. Then she would personally kill Zhong Shou and take revenge for Zigui's death. At this moment, she could only bury such thoughts back into her heart. Who knew that just as Yuan Meng said confidently that it was okay, and that that person wasn't a threat anymore. That Zhong Shou had directly found his way to their door? After the shock, she only felt a strong sense of humiliation and rage. After this Zhong Shou killed close to 70 spirit realm cultivators, he actually dared to come to their door to provoke them? What did he treat their Taoist faction's core land as? He didn't even care about the 30,000 vast habitat disciples? Did he really think that their vast habitat couldn't do anything to him? However, when she calmed down and thought about it carefully, Qingming's face was the same as Yuanming's, ashen white. He could only clench his teeth and make a gurgling sound in his mouth. This Zhong Shou is really too much of a bully. The moment she said this, she felt Yuanming's face twist, his eyes filled with madness. That majestic soul pressure spread out in all directions. It spread hundreds of miles. This lone mountain was shaking like it was about to collapse. The entire cliff was covered in a dark and cold aura and bone-piercing killing intent, causing one to feel a chill down their spine. Qingming only felt that her soul was about to be crushed. Luckily Yuanming immediately noticed that something was wrong. Although that powerful will was still spreading and suppressing into the distance, she had already relaxed. At that moment, 100 miles away, Zhong Shou seemed to have sensed something and looked over with a smile that was not a smile. That cold voice reverberated through the clouds for the third time. "I've been waiting here for 15 minutes. Do all of you from Dowling Vast Habitat have no balls?" Qingming's face flushed red again. He felt as if all the blood in his body was about to explode. He felt both ashamed and furious. His body moved and he was about to drive his sword away. Master Yuanming flicked his sleeves and a burst of true power shot out, suppressing her on the spot. Qingming looked over in shock, only to see that Yuanming had calmed down and was shaking his head. "You are not his match. As for Dowling Vast Habitat, they would be doomed." He sighed and then with a flash he stepped back into the vast habitat. "This matter needs to be discussed at length, and we also need a foolproof plan. Let's return to the vast habitat first." Qingming was silent as she looked 100 miles away. Then, he gritted his teeth and disappeared from the cliff as well. Compared to the solemn atmosphere on the lone mountain opposite, the atmosphere on the sand dune 100 miles away was really relaxed. Closed door challenge? You actually have such a move. Respect, respect. Are you learning from that sword Prince Jueyu? Beside Zhong Shou, Shui Lingbo was floating in midair, squinting as she looked into the distance. Her smile was like a flower, her bright eyes were now curved into crescent moons. "Look at Yuanming, that old man, he is obviously furious. How good would it be if he agreed to your request? Now he is probably regretting it." Zhong Shou listened on quietly and didn't reply. He half closed his eyes and retracted his breathing to rest up. What he was learning now was Sword Prince Ju. The only difference was that Jueyu had people behind him. Although the sects were annoyed, they didn't need to turn on Jueyu because of this. This time, Zhong Shou was bullying Dowling Vast Habitat. At this moment, they had no way to counter him. He blocked Dowling Vast Habitat and wanted to see how Yuanming would deal with it. He left? Did you see that? His face is twisted from anger. How satisfying. You don't know what kind of face that fellow had when he blocked me, how overbearing he was. As expected, evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. Shui Lingbo sighed and then sighed. I was originally worried for you, afraid that you wouldn't know how to control yourself and anger everyone. It seems like I worried for nothing. As expected from the ruler of a country, you didn't go crazy. Anger? Zhong Shou's spiritual sense spread out. At this moment, he could feel hundreds of spiritual senses spreading over from all directions. He didn't care and asked expressionlessly, "Are you referring to Taishang? Buddhist? Kenzo sect? Or Tailing and Dowling sects?" If he was the emperor of Taishang, he would be happy to see the Taoist faction being suppressed. However, he didn't want the situation to become more chaotic. He also didn't want to see Zhong Shou continue to rampage in the central continent. although the Buddhist Kenzo sect had a good relationship with him. However, he didn't want the Taoist faction's strength in the cloud world to be weakened and break the balance between the righteous and demon factions, especially at this moment when the alien races of the various worlds were eyeing them aggressively. As for Tailing sect and Dowling sect, it was the same theory. Even if there were conflicts between them, after all they were from the Taoist faction and they couldn't sit still and not do anything. If he continued to slaughter sect by sect, there would be a day when these two sects couldn't take it anymore and they would attack him sooner or later. Both. Shui Lingbo's eyes flashed and a bright glow appeared. She then smiled. As expected, you knew what was going on. However, it is okay now, there is no need to worry. When Zhong Shou heard this, his lips curled up coldly. Taishang's Yuanqing emperor didn't like chaos within his borders. However, if the reputation of Dowling vast habitat hit rock bottom for some reason, then the situation would be different. As long as the situation in the central continent didn't worsen, it would be okay. Without Dowling vast habitat as the head of the sects, the Taishang would be able to easily control the sects within. Tailing sect and Dowling sect would still not do anything. Only when the vast habitat's reputation hit rock bottom could they take the chance to expand their influence in the 3,000 Taoist faction sections. As for the Buddhist Kenzo sect, they wouldn't interfere either. Even Song Xingdao and the demon faction were happy to see that happen. This was called a happy ending for everyone. The only tragedy was Dowling vast habitat. Although the sword path, he cultivated focused on going forward without looking back. However, he definitely wouldn't make himself an enemy of the entire world. Did Yuan Meng really think that he was an easily angered and rash fool? Using those words to infuriate him so that he would destroy more Taoist temples and slaughter more sects? Did he really think that Zhong Shou didn't have any other methods? Continue to force Dowling vast habitat? Sorry, I am probably going to disappoint this senior. Chapter 742. Within the vast habitat, it was still within the 10,000 soul lamp room. Yuanming's face was frozen cold as he sat at the head. On the left and right sides of the room, there were a total of 40 to 50 people gathered together. Their faces were also extremely ugly, and their expressions were incomparably gloomy. This Zhong Shou, even if we cut him into 1,000,000 pieces, it won't be able to solve our hatred. Once great ancestor Huayun returns to the cloud world, we will tear him into pieces and restrain his soul. We will make him sink into the ocean and burn him day by day. What is the use of saying such vicious words now? Great ancestor Huayun and great ancestor Longxian need at least half a month to return. This blood sword monster lord was right in front of his eyes. We need to think of a way to force him back. That's right. Even if this Zhong Shou stays in front of our Dowling vast habitat for a day longer, it will be a huge insult. The core of the Taoist faction, 10,000 years of legacy. However, we can't do anything to this one person. If this matter spreads, how will we have any face left? In the past, when the sects in the East were wiped out, we could say that we weren't able to save them in time. However, now that this blood sword monster lord is here, there is nothing we can do. Which of the 3,000 Taoist sects in the cloud world is willing to listen to the orders of the vast habitat? Then, how should we deal with him? Not to mention our Taoist faction, even in the entire cloud world, less than 10 people can take a sword from him. Today, there are less than 40 spirit realm cultivators in the vast habitat. During the Yugong Mountain Pingon Temple battle, this blood sword monster lord killed more than that. With such little strength, even if we fight, the outcome won't be much different. Qingming listened on from the side, her eyes filled with dejection. A few days ago, Zigui's plan to split up and retreat was effective. Even with the Gantian Mountain Blood Cloud cavalry chasing them, Zhong Shou stopped them halfway. There were still around 90 Spirit Realm cultivators and hundreds of Grade 9 cultivators who managed to retreat safely. However, most of these Spirit Realm cultivators had their own sects and weren't directly under the vast habitat. After they retreated, they all returned to their own sects because they were worried about the safety of their own sections. At that time, Zhong Shou was still in the hinterlands of the Central Plains, running amok everywhere. No one expected that Zhong Shou would directly find Dowling vast habitat. Since the Kenzo sect split up in these 10,000 years, no one dared to challenge the dignity of Dowling vast habitat. However, this blood-sword monster lord wasn't afraid at all. She had already thought of this when she was on the cliff. That person could be said to have hit the vital point and also found the best opportunity. The only thing we can do now is to gather the Zhongling realm cultivators to help the vast habitat. Go back? How many days would it take for them to arrive? Moreover, out of the 3,000, how many sects would listen to the orders of the vast habitat? If our Dowling vast habitat falls to the point where we need to ask for help from the subordinate sects, how can we lead the 3,000 sects? If it really comes to that point, I think all of us here should just hang ourselves. However, we can't just sit there and watch that Zhong Shou be so carefree outside. A few days ago, didn't we agree to have a temporary truce with that Zhong Shou? To delay time until Great Ancestor Huayun returns to deal with him? Why did such a change occur? The quiet room suddenly fell silent. Many people recalled that the person who was in charge of the temporary truce with Zhong Shou was this person sitting at the top of the room. Not long ago, he had come into contact with Zhong Shou. However, in less than 2 hours, such a change occurred. The person who spoke just now obviously had bad intentions. Yuan Ming's eyes were filled with darkness as he swept everyone with a knife-like gaze. He scoffed coldly and closed his eyes once more, not bothering anymore. This change was indeed his fault, and he definitely wouldn't push the blame away. In the depths of his heart, he felt a bit of regret. He had really underestimated that kid. He actually dared to come to the vast habitat and challenge them. What courage! The 10,000 soul lamp room was only silent for a moment before discussions broke out once more. I remember that within the vast habitat, there are still 3,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry. They were just built not long ago. How much combat strength can they have? That Zhong Shou was able to fight against 1,000 a year ago. A year later, he could kill 3 gods. 3,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry wouldn't fear him. This person came alone. Even if our vast habitat suffers heavy losses, it would be embarrassing. Dozens of spirit realm, thousands of flame spear cavalry. I don't believe we can't force him to retreat. Won't that Zhong Shou leave? Moreover, weren't we all filled with confidence before the Battle of Yugong Mountain? However, what happened in the end? Looking at the protector beasts he brought with him, their combat strength increased greatly. At Yugong Mountain, there weren't those 18 natural variants that could compare to spirit realm experts. Our vast habitat has tens of thousands of disciples, and we can't deal with one person? So what if there are millions? This person grasps space techniques. If one's realm isn't high enough, one won't be able to hurt him. Unless someone grasps a deeper space path and forces him into the cloud world. Or maybe they can lay out a formation. However, how are we going to force that person into the formation? Do we have to ask Tailing Sect for help? Scoff. Those shrines and sects are probably happy to see this happen. It is already not bad if they don't help that Zhong Shou. Oh right. Cultivator Feixiang, isn't your Chungri temple determined to get the vast habitat head? At this moment, the vast habitat is in trouble, so we should go all out for it. Chungri Temple has 3 spirit realm and 7 grade 9. They can cross 7,000 miles in just a few hours. Cultivator Feixiang definitely won't decline, otherwise, how will you convince everyone? The moment he said this, another person's voice rose up, filled with a mocking intent. My Qingri temple naturally won't sit still and do nothing. However, this blood sword monster lord has always been fierce. At this moment, that person has sealed up the vast habitat. My Qingri temple's strength is limited, and before we help, we need to think of a way to enter the vast habitat. We can't just send ourselves to death. As for your Taiwa sect, 3 days ago Huimeng Temple was wiped out, less than 300 miles away from your sect. Not saving a dying person, could this be the righteousness of your esteemed sect? You have the face to fight for the palace head position? At the start, it was still okay, but the more Qingming heard, the more she felt that something wasn't right. They were originally arguing about how to deal with that Zhong Shou challenging them to a battle. However, slowly, for some reason, it turned into them attacking one another. Yuanming's aura became even colder, causing the atmosphere in the room to become more and more suppressed. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore, waving his sleeves and disappearing from the room. Qingming was also filled with depression, her eyes looking out of the door with a soulless expression. Her face was filled with melancholy, thinking to herself that Taoist vast habitat was in such a predicament. Was that what Zhong Shou expected? Not long ago, Taoist vast habitat that commanded the Taoist faction and even the entire cloud world actually fell to such a state. Just because of one person, they were forced into such a state. Taoist vast habitat was an independent world in the void outside of the world. There was no such thing as direction. Qingming's eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the layers of void. She saw the gleeful and hateful face of that person outside of the vast habitat. It is already night. Zhong Shou was looking up at the sky, his eyes filled with confusion. How weird, junior sister. Half a day has passed, why haven't they reacted? There was still no sound from the opposite direction. He also couldn't see anyone entering or leaving. He couldn't help but think to himself that Taoist vast habitat was really afraid of him? Originally, based on what he thought, Taoist vast habitat would send some people over to die for their face. Or maybe they would talk some nonsense with him. However, there were more and more cultivators in the surroundings that he could sense. There were Spirit Realm, and also Grade 3 and below, who knows which power they belong to. Why ask when you already know the answer? That vast habitat is probably in an uproar. Shui Lingbo scoffed coldly, her face filled with disdain. Then, a smile appeared on Zhong Shou's lips. She couldn't bear to see this fellow being so gleeful. Don't be happy too early. If we really force those fellows into a corner, they might work together to put aside the battle for the palace head position and fight against the enemy. Zhong Shou didn't care, so what if they worked together? He could still retreat and advance as he wished here. It is possible to work together. However, if they suffer heavy losses under my sword, after this, they might not have the ability to fight for the vast habitat head position. He nodded his head, a dark and sinister smile appeared on his face. He didn't mind making the situation in Taoist vast habitat more chaotic. If I am that Yuanmeng, whoever kills you will be able to take over Wu Su's position. Saying this, Shui Lingbo knew that things wouldn't be so simple. The situation in Taoist vast habitat was far more complicated than their Tsang Shring Dao. Even if Yuanmeng had such intentions, he had to first coordinate with the many Saint Realm elders within the vast habitat. Moreover, whether or not they could kill him was also a problem. She scoffed and started to calculate the wealth of Taoist vast habitat to try to scare Zhong Shou. If Taoist vast habitat goes all out, they can at least gather 200 Spirit Realm and 1,000 Grade 9 experts. Based on what I know, there are still 2 Celestial Realm God Lord incarnations that they can use. There are also around 30 to 40,000 Purple Qilin Flame Spear Cavalry scattered around. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh when he heard this. He kept silent and was lazy to bother. Shui Lingbo spoke to herself and slowly felt bored. 200 Spirit Realm experts were not bad, but to move them over, they needed enough time. Not to mention whether or not Taoist vast habitat could move them. Even if they did, Zhong Shou might not fear them. As long as the 200 spirit realm experts couldn't work together, it would be enough. As for God Lord incarnations, there should be more than 2. However, now that the spiritual wave had risen, would Dowling vast habitat really use all their trump cards when they didn't have absolute confidence? As for the purple Qilin flame spear cavalry, even if there were 40,000 of them, it was the same logic as those spirit realm cultivators. Dowling vast habitat didn't want their foundations in the central continent anymore? Although the Taoist and demon sect had a truce, one could see the personality of those people. If they saw a chance, they might turn on them. Thinking about it, Shui Lingbo couldn't help but shake her head. However, what if Yuan Meng really goes all out? Naturally, we will flee. Zhong Shou laughed and replied without any hesitation. He definitely wouldn't say that his little puppy was not only a Qilin but also the Qilin King bloodline. Chapter 743. Of course we are fleeing. Zhong Shou laughed and replied without hesitation. He definitely wouldn't say that his little dog was not only a Qilin but also had the blood of the Qilin King race. Any grade 6 Dao soldier had to have a cultivation method, armor, and mount, none of which could be missing. If he really sent the purple Qilin flame spear cavalry, then Dowling vast habitat would be in huge trouble. Although Shui Lingbo expected this, but Zhong Shou's reply was so direct, without any hesitation or shame at all. She was speechless. In the end, she could only sigh and shake her head. If I was Yuan Meng, no matter what price I had to pay, I would die. Even if I risked my life, I would kill you in the central continent. I wouldn't let you return alive. Unfortunately, junior sister isn't. Zhong Shou didn't care, squinting as he looked towards the direction of Dowling vast habitat. Now let's see what choice senior Yuan Meng will make. At this moment, the sun was already setting in the west. Like he was getting impatient, Zhong Shou laughed and spoke once more, his voice spreading 1,000 miles. From noon till now, half a day has passed. Are all the people in Dowling vast habitat dead? Or do you all want to be turtles hiding in their shells and not dare to fight? His clear voice spread out into the distance. He could sense that dozens of miles away, there was an energy explosion. However, moments later, it calmed down. Zhong Shou sighed once more. It seemed like this Dowling vast habitat was determined to not come out. The tens of thousands of vast habitat disciples seemed like they were all cowards. There was no movement within Dowling vast habitat. However, after they got familiar with each other, there were several sounds of agreement not far away. Ruler, you are so bold. Challenging the vast habitat alone such that the Taoist faction could only close their doors and defend. In these 10,000 years, you are the only one. Blood Sword Monster Lord, the name of being invincible, ruler really deserves it. These Taoist people have always been so shameless. Now that they have lost their face, what can they do? Fearing the strong and bullying the weak, you have no courage at all. If those few End-Realm Xian venerables of the Taoist faction knew that their juniors were so useless, who knows what they would think. Your Majesty, I admire you for being so quick to repay kindness and revenge. Such a magnificent feat deserved a toast. It's a pity that this is not the right time. Otherwise, I would definitely look for the monarch and have a good drink with him. A few powerful voices shook the sky and echoed continuously, filled with mockery. Zhong Shou pursed his lips. He was too lazy to talk to these people. At this moment, he was trying to belittle Dowling vast habitat and adding oil to the fire. He didn't want to care, but he also didn't want to care. In the vast habitat dozens of miles away, there were finally people who couldn't take it anymore and charged out. 40-odd people, 2 of which were at the spirit realm, were extremely quick. Outside of the barrier, one could feel that the restless aura was getting more and more numerous. Zhong Shou raised his eyebrows and sneered. he suddenly slashed out with his sword. He forcefully broke open the space in front of him. As the blood-red sword light pierced through the air, more than a dozen silver dots attached themselves to it. Dozens of miles out, the blood-red sword energy flashed slightly. The body of a spirit realm cultivator was cut in half in mid-air. Dozens of silver lights flew out in all directions. 5 of the Saint Fire silver ants circled around another spirit realm cultivator at a speed that the naked eye couldn't see. His 4 limbs and head were separated from his body. Coincidentally, it was 5 slashes. It was extremely quick. Where the other dozens of silver lights passed, blood and flesh flew about. The dozens of vast habitat disciples, no matter their cultivation, all died instantly. Then, all the silver dots retracted, attaching to the blood-colored sword as they sped through the air. At this moment, hundreds of spells smashed over from the vast habitat. However, they were too late. The 18 silver ants had already returned to Zhong Shou's side, circling around him. Within hundreds of miles, it was dead silent. Most of the people here had guessed the outcome of these people. However, they didn't expect that dozens of miles away, Zhong Shou could still instantly kill those 40 people in one breath. They fell so quickly. Within the vast habitat, the aura that was close to exploding calmed down once more. Zhong Shou still stabbed the nameless sword in front of his body, looking pitifully at the dozens of corpses in the distance. These people were just so pitiful. They were slightly instigated by others and ran out to die. Shui Lingbo sighed at this moment. She knew that if someone like Zhong Shou didn't have enough preparation, there would be no less than 80 spirit realm cultivators working together. Then, no matter how many people came out, they were just asking to die. However, they still ran out. She really didn't know if they had no plans or were reckless. She was also worried about the Dowling vast habitat. They couldn't even control the disciples, so one could see how bad the situation had become. This time, Zhong Shou was really going to succeed. There were no more mocking voices in the hundreds of miles around. From time to time, a few strange voices could be heard, but no one paid any attention to them. It seemed like those people who spoke weren't willing to continue using words to provoke more Taoist faction elites to die under Zhong Shou's sword. Thus, the entire space was silent once more. 100 miles away, who knows when Yuanmeng had already arrived on the high cliff. He was also looking down at the dozens of corpses on the ground, his eyes filled with heartache. These people should have been the elites of Dowling vast habitat and were the true pillars that the Taoist faction could rely on in the future. However, at this moment, they could only lay there without making a sound. Their corpses were ice-cold and many of them couldn't even leave a soul lamp. Thinking about this, Yuanming's hair and beard shook and his sleeves danced. His eyes were filled with struggle. That blood-colored sword light was still in front of his eyes. With his skills, he should have been able to easily break it. However, should he attack or not? If he didn't do anything, he could only allow this Zhong Shou to show off his strength in front of the vast habitat. However, if he attacked, then if he was just a little slower, he would be in danger of dying. Other people didn't know, but he knew that Ao Kuan's intent had been wandering outside. A murderous intent locked onto him from beginning to end. If there was any movement, he would be able to sense it, as expected from the ancient evil dragon. In just a few years, Zhongguang, who was a Saint Realm expert for 2,000 years, was actually heavily injured by him. As for the other one, he was suppressed and couldn't move at all. He wasn't afraid of dying. At most, he would come back in a few tens of thousands of years. It was okay to give up his cultivation. However, was it worth it to take the risk of dying together with him to kill this kid? His heart was filled with hesitation. The energy in his body also became uneasy and uneasy. A moment later, Yuanming's gaze turned firm. If he didn't kill this kid today, he would be a huge problem for the Taoist faction. So what if he took a little risk for him? Even if it was just for the dozens of disciples who died in front of him, he had to attack to get justice for them. The space behind him suddenly shook. Qing Ming's slim figure appeared behind Yuan Meng. Her face was filled with anxiousness. Senior Master, within the vast habitat, please come out to threaten them. Now that they are all riled up, many of them can't be controlled. Her tone was really anxious. If they went out now, they would just be asking to die. It wouldn't help at all. Yuan Ming's brow rose when he heard this, following which he gave out a gratified smile. So our Dowling vast habitat disciples have some courage. Not all of them are cowards who only know how to fight for power. Qing Ming was startled and looked towards Yuan Meng in confusion. His words were right, but one had to look at the time to be hot-blooded. She herself wanted to charge out and fight with that Zhong Shou. Even if she died, she wanted to let people know the courage of the Taoist faction. However, the future of the Taoist faction needed seeds and pillars. Thinking about this, Qing Ming was about to persuade him. However, Yuan Meng waved his sleeves. Let them do what they want, there is no need to persuade them. That Zhong Shou is about to die. In just a few moments the outcome will be clear. If I can return safely, then naturally everything will be good. If not, Qing Ming, you can take charge of the vast habitat as a third-generation disciple. Qing Ming was totally confused when she heard this. Then, the space around her collapsed. The scenes in front of her changed. When she opened her eyes once more, she was already in the vast habitat. She was first shocked and then filled with joy and shock. Was Senior Master Yuan Meng prepared to attack? Would he be able to safely return to the vast habitat? That last sentence was clearly to make arrangements for his death. On the cliff, Yuan Meng hesitated. Actually, to ensure that nothing would go wrong, the best way was to do something within the vast habitat to distract that Zhong Shou. Then, he laughed. How could he bear to see those disciples die because of this? Yuan Meng didn't care. Suddenly, a silver needle stabbed into the center of his brows. Then, dozens of silver lights stabbed into the important acupoints on his head. When his spiritual sense increased, a scroll was tossed out from his sleeves. It turned into a 1,000-foot formation diagram and landed under his feet. Then, that thick spiritual sense formed into a needle and shot through the air. Pretty much at the same time, 100 miles away. Zhong Shou, who was resting with his eyes closed, felt a sharp pain at the center of his brows. After fainting slightly, he fell into a white space. It was all snow-white and flawless. This is an illusion, a dream realm? In just an instant, Zhong Shou knew that Yuan Meng had attacked. Now that he was in the dream realm, who knew what would happen next? Taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou calmed himself down. He knew that if he could survive this strike, Yuan Meng would most probably die. If he couldn't, he would have no chance of surviving. In the next moment, he saw Yuan Meng walk over from the distance. Along with his footsteps, large amounts of white around were dyed black. Then, the ink-colored light converged and transformed into numerous gigantic ferocious beasts. Black suppression technique? Zhong Shoxin's heart sunk. This person didn't use any evil techniques, but he was able to draw evil spirits and demons into the dream. Today, even if he could survive until the last moment, these evil spirits and demons would take advantage of him. If it was light, he would lose his mind, and if it was heavy, his soul would be destroyed. In the next moment, he felt that there was something on his shoulder. He didn't need to look and knew that it was Xiaori, that little puppy. At this moment Yuan Meng, who was opposite him, was also surprised. Only to see that there were threads of white energy wrapped around Zhong Shou's body. He didn't know what it was, but for some reason, it made him feel terrified. Chapter 744. After being slightly startled, Yuan Ming's eyes turned towards the little dog on Zhong Shou's shoulder. He could confirm that it wasn't formed by Zhong Shou's spiritual sense, but his protector spirit beast, which forcefully invaded his dream realm. Who knows where it came from to have such amazing ability? Then, Yuan Ming smiled and didn't take it to heart. Although he didn't recognize what species it was, There were many beasts in this world that were good at illusionary techniques and could even enter the dreams of others, like nightmare demons, spirit-yearning lions, etc. Even in the cloud world, they weren't rare. In the ancient times, there were a few god beasts that were famous for this and left many bloodlines in the cloud world. This spirit beast was just like that. With just one look, Yuan Meng didn't care much, once again looking at Zhong Shou and then sighing. "Ruler, why are you doing this? You've forced me into a corner today, so I have no choice but to use all of my strength to kill the monarch. A situation where both sides suffer heavy losses will only benefit others." Zhong Shou was delighted when he heard that. Only now did he know that both sides suffered heavy losses and others benefited? A year ago, in the eyes of the Taoist sect, they didn't even bother about him and Gantian Mountain, thinking that they could easily crush them. They also predicted that Zhong Shou would definitely lose in front of the Night Demon army. If not, why would they stab him in the back like that? Even a year after the 7,000 purple Qilin flame spear cavalry and the true martial sword formation were wiped out in his hands, these people didn't have much of a change in their views of him and Gantian Mountain. They thought that Zhong Shou was someone to be slaughtered and that Gantian Mountain was like a sand city that would fall with a push. They just needed to call back more disciples from the outer region, more spirit realm and celestial realm cultivators. They would be able to get back their face and wipe out this huge problem. 3 days ago, although they were talking about peace, they just wanted to buy more time for Dowling Vast Habitat. They didn't give up on their plan to wipe out Zhong Shou. Since normal methods wouldn't work, they most probably chose when he was going through his tribulation. The reason why Huayun and Longxian returned to the cloud world was obvious. Even when he thought about it now, he still felt pent up and furious. Since that was the case, then why did he need to show mercy? This was a life and death battle. He couldn't show any weakness and he couldn't hesitate. However, he didn't expect that Yuan Meng would make such a decision. Such a situation, it seemed like this God Realm expert of Dowling Vast Habitat really didn't mind dying to kill him here. Shui Lingbo, this jinx, she actually hit the nail on the head. He didn't expect that Yuan Meng didn't directly attack as he expected. Instead, he chose the battle of wills that he was least skilled in, a battle of wills in his dreams. Shaking his head slightly, Zhong Shou's mind calmed down once more. No, there was no joy and no joy was there. You and me, today you and me, you and me, you and I alone. You don't have much time left, so why speak so much nonsense? He casually stretched out his hand and a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand. This was the sword spirit of the nameless sword. Then, the heart image appeared. First was the starry sky like soul ocean, followed by the 18 talisman charms. They suddenly appeared in the dream realm. Then, the bloodline marks, 9-tail spirit fox, Lu family sky burning flame, water Qilin image, and also the 10,000 feet lightning phoenix. The 9-layer golden pagoda also appeared. Below it was a golden longsword with bright yellow dragon patterns and the accumulation of King's Qi. The battle of the dream realm was a battle of the mind. In front of a God realm expert, he didn't dare to hold back. He knew that this strike would be lightning-like. If he wanted to make it through unscathed, then he would have to use all of his trump cards and all of his abilities. Yuan Meng was startled and then mocked himself. There is indeed no need to say much about the battle today. Ruler and I, as expected, we will either live or die. However, what he said just now wasn't just nonsense. While he spoke, he had already revealed all the heart demons and obstacles in his life into this dream. Using the spiritual formation, he covered thousands of miles around. The thoughts of all the powerful evil beings and evil spirits were drawn to this place. It was the dreamless heart guide technique. The techniques that he had cultivated painstakingly throughout his life, the nightmarish demons that he had suppressed in his mind for 6,000 years, and the foundation of his Tao foundation, were all unleashed in this short period of time, regardless of the consequences. just to be able to kill him in one strike. The surrounding space, which was originally as white as snow, was now dyed jet black and dim. Countless oddly shaped objects appeared one after another. Black and deep, dark and evil. Yuanming's lips curled up once more. He could feel that outside of the cloud world, Ao Kuen's spiritual sense was swiftly crushing over like a mountain and an ocean. However, he didn't care. Yuanming's eyes were ice-cold, expressionless as he looked at Zhong Shou. Then, ruler, are you prepared to die? In his eyes, this ruler of a country was already 90% dead. He only had a 10% chance of survival. Even if he escaped, he wouldn't be a problem anymore. The only thing that surprised him was the 18 runes that shone with purple-gold brilliance. Universe, fate, cause and effect, yin and yang, swallow and spit. While he was shocked, he understood and felt a chill down his spine. Fate, cause and effect, space-time, so that is the case. So that is the case. It was no wonder that the monarch was able to kill 3 deities in a row. No wonder Wu Su would fall in your hands, it really is worth it. It was tough for normal people to even come into contact with one of these daos. However, not only did the person in front of him grasp all of them, but he also had great attainments in them. If this Zhong Shou still had a future, he would be even more terrifying than he had imagined. His killing intent instantly burned even brighter. He also felt really fortunate. With a thought, the entire dreamscape space began to tremble. Then, numerous ink colors pounced towards Zhong Shou. They opened their bloody mouths, ugly and vicious, their claws and teeth sharp. All the evil spirits went crazy as they pounced towards Zhong Shou. However, just as the darkness was about to swallow up Zhong Shou, a vast sword intent charged up. At this moment, a black dot appeared behind Zhong Shou's back and then exploded out. In this empty world, it continued to expand like a world was being born. During the Yugong Mountain battle, Zhong Shou needed to gather the souls and essence blood of tens of thousands of people to use this sword. However, this place was Zhong Shou's dream realm. He should be able to do whatever he wanted. The moment the absolute beginning sword intent was formed, he didn't care about the consequences and just swept around. The sword spirit of the nameless sword merged into one with the one origin soul sword. It flew in the air, splitting into two into 4. In an instant, it turned into thousands of them as they slashed all about. Almost all of the nightmare evil spirits that approached were completely torn to pieces by the sword intent and sword pressure. The red flames merged with the purple lightning of the lightning phoenix, turning into a pure black color as it instantly covered the surrounding region. It was like it was about to swallow the entire dream realm as it spread all about. The 9-tailed spirit fox and water Qilin saint beast seemed to have come alive. Their claws and teeth were sharp as they bit and pounced around. All the evil spirits and monsters were unable to get close at all. Yuanming wasn't surprised at all. He smiled expressionlessly and then reached out with his finger, pointing towards the center of Zhong Shou's brow. At this moment, Zhong Shou felt dizzy. In his mind, countless memories and images surged forth. In the last life, when he was Tanqiu, he had gone through various hardships, all the sad things in his life. In this life, Zhong Shou was mocked and humiliated by everyone in Gantian Mountain due to his dual meridians. Gong Shinran died, even his head was chopped off and his corpse hung for several months. His Tao heart was firm like a stone but also like a clean jade. Water couldn't flow away, dust couldn't stick to it. These memories were unable to shake his heart realm. Then, in this life, many memories struck his mind at the same time. He also felt like his spiritual sense was about to explode, making him feel really uncomfortable. His spiritual sense was unable to illuminate everything around him. Frowning, Zhong Shou wasn't anxious, trying his best to suppress these memories back into the depths of his heart. The 9-layer pagoda also gave out a bright light, helping him to calm down his emotions. In just a short 300% of the time it took to snap a finger, it returned back to normal. Zhong-Shou couldn't help but smile. Leaving this golden pagoda in his soul ocean was the wisest decision. In the next moment, he saw 3 black needles form in front of Yuanming. His spiritual sense was strong and vast, but it was condensed into needles. Filthy energy surged within, threads of thick, vengeful energy spread out. Who knows how many evil beings and filth were merged into it? When the flying needles shot out and pierced through, Yuanming's entire body was dispirited. He looked like he had aged by 10 years. Zhong-Shou's heart sank. He knew that this was Yuanming, the true killer. He was willing to harm the source of his soul to make Zhong-Shou die in the dream realm. Sighing slightly, Zhong-Shou's spiritual sense spread out. The black and white Dharma that hadn't been revealed started to appear beside him. He had many spells, but the only one that could resist the divine will evil needle was his most basic spell, the Origin Soul Dharma Idol. After the needles shot out, Yuanming wasn't willing to take another look at Zhong-Shou. These 3 needles were the result of his life's effort. Even if it was suppressed by the laws of the cloud world, anyone below late celestial realm would die. If it was Zhong-Shou, he would have no chance at all. He focused his spiritual sense, and was prepared to fade out of Zhong-Shou's dream realm. Since he had achieved what he wanted, it was time for him to consider how to escape from the hands of Ao Kuan. He just needed to return to the vast habitat and combine with the formation. Even late Saint Realm experts would have to return. Just as he was thinking about this, Yuanming's heart suddenly tightened for no reason. He turned his head, only to see a qilin covered in flames suddenly appear in front of Zhong-Shou. In the distant sky, an enormous silver-white dragon suddenly tore through the air and arrived. Yuanming didn't bother about it. He was startled as he looked opposite. A white glow rose up around Zhong-Shou's body. Saint King White Energy? The body of the Saint King was invincible. All the evil spirits in the dream realm, even the filth on the needles, were dissipating. Chapter 745. At the same time, within the vast habitat, Qingming was frowning as she waited quietly on the spot. At this moment 3 breaths had passed. No matter if Yuanming succeeded or failed, there should be an outcome. She knew that her senior master was best at the dreamless heart attraction technique and was good at the dream Tao. He might not be good at close combat, but as long as one was hit by this heart illusion technique, there was no saving them. Even if one was half a realm higher than Yuanming, one would be tortured to death by various methods in the dream. He was also good at group battles and had the most outstanding battle result. Before he broke through to God Realm, he dragged several Celestial Realm experts into the dream. One of them died and a few of them fled with heavy injuries. This was why he was chosen by the Taoist faction's dozens of Saint Realm experts to take charge of Dowling vast habitat on the eve of the spiritual wave. Since Zhong-Shou had fallen into the dreamless heart attraction technique, he should have died long ago. This was why what she was most worried about was whether or not Yuanming would be able to return safely. 4 breaths passed, and for some reason, Qingming felt really anxious. She wanted to step out of the vast habitat to take a look. However, she could only suppress it and continue to wait. However, at that moment, a feeling of fear and trepidation rose in his chest. Qingming suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance at a loss. What the hell is going on? A bad feeling spread in her heart. Just as Zhong-Shou fell into the dream, Shui Lingbo felt something right away. Her expression was solemn and the lightning mark on her brow flashed. She instinctively used a vast lightning glow to protect Zhong-Shou's body. When the vermilion red flames spread out, only then did Shui Lingbo's mind react. Only then did she realize that Zhong-Shou's protector beasts reacted no slower than her. Those 18 silver ants all spread out right away. They formed a silver net and locked down all the 10,000 feet of space around. Hanshi and Little Gold, one on the left and one on the right, hanging on both sides of him. They were really wary and didn't give anyone a chance. Shui Lingbo's heart was heavy. He looked at the figure on the cliff 100 miles away with deep killing intent. Then, he sighed, this Yuan Meng was really going all out. She was helpless against such a confrontation. Even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. They could only wait by the side for the result. His heart was filled with worry, but after a few breaths of time, Shui Lingbo's brows relaxed slightly, and she regained her smile. Although Zhong Shou looked miserable at this moment, blood was flowing out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Blood oozed out of the pores of his skin. However, one could sense that not only did his aura not decline, but it was still as strong as before. Yuanming's soul seemed to change under the pressure. It was full of vitality, like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time and was about to erupt. Shui Lingbo's heart instantly calmed down and the corners of her lips curled up again. He knew that the longer he delayed, the safer Zhong Shou's life would be. Since that fellow was able to hold on till now and didn't die. Then, at this moment, it was Yuanming's turn to be in trouble. God Realm expert falling, this time those elders of Dowling vast habitat. It would be a true heart-piercing pain. At this moment, in the dream realm, Yuan Meng was hollering in rage. Saint King energy? How can it be the Saint King? He was filled with disbelief and shock, unable to believe the scenes in front of him. The white gas that was as vast as a dragon spread out and swept away all the ink in the dreamland space. As long as it touched it, it would all melt. Those filthy evil beings that had been attracted by his dreamless heart attraction technique were all desperately trying to escape, as if they had seen the end of the world. There was no more vicious aura that could swallow everything like before. They went all out to try to break free from the dream realm. However, there were still many that weren't able to break free in time, collapsing and dissipating under the impact of the white energy. Yuan Meng instinctively looked at the fiery red Qilin that the dog had turned into. It wasn't an illusion but its true body. It wasn't like Zhong Shou who used his own bloodline to form an image. Qilin Saint Beast, the companion of the three ancient Saint Emperors, looking up again, he saw the silvery white dragon shadow that had also reached the divine realm. Yuan Meng couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. This was the country protecting Saint Beast. So this time, from start to finish, he didn't have a chance at all. Zhong Shou was also at a loss as he looked left and right around him. His black and white holes hadn't been used yet. These deadly demons and monsters had already been routed. He thought to himself that this was the Saint King energy that Tan Qiu mentioned in the Yin Dragon Canyon. Being immune to all evils actually had such a function. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a huge silvery white dragon shadow flashed past him at a high speed. Looking closely, it looked familiar. In the next instance, he suddenly recalled. Wasn't this the Yin dragon that had taken over his Avicii throne by force? The Yin dragon that Kong Rui called the sacred beast of the empire? The dragon tail waved. Although it was in the dream realm, it still caused waves of soul power to ripple. It caused Zhong Shou's body to involuntarily retreat hundreds of feet. The Yin dragon sped up once more. Before Xiaori, it clashed with the three soul needles. Kung! There was a thunder-like ring as soul power rippled. The dream realm pretty much instantly collapsed. Zhong Shou looked out, only to see that the Yin dragon was perfectly fine. However, the three soul needles weren't scattered. They forcefully pierced through the silver giant dragon and continued to stab forwards. However, that power was halved. Then, Xiaori attacked, flames blazed as he clawed. One of the needles was forcefully scattered. Looking on as the two soul formations were right in front of him in the blink of an eye, Zhong Shou wasn't surprised or happy, his brow furrowing. If it was before, he would be worried, as there was a 50% chance that he would die under the soul needles. Now that the filthy power was scattered and blocked by the Yin dragon, less than 30% of power was left. These two soul needles that were so close could at most cause him heavy injuries, and he wouldn't be in danger of dying. At this moment, what he was thinking about the most was how to make this Yuanmeng stay. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Those who killed would be killed by others. Thinking about it, Zhong Shou didn't hesitate at all. He continued to show the black and white Dharma in the dream realm. The green mirror behind his head also shone balls of green light in all directions. It was like a bright green moon, causing the dreamland world that was about to collapse to freeze in an instant. Everything was frozen in place. Those pieces of broken dream realm pieces returned to their original positions. Piecing them back together, it was still that snow-white world. Under the suppression of the illusionary heart mirror, it was much stronger than before. Before this, all the evil spirits and monsters that were about to escape were pulled back. In their panic, they were forcefully sucked back. Even Yuanming's body was frozen. It was less than 1/100th of an instant, but in Zhong Shou's eyes, it was enough. The long sword that was a mixture of blood and gold light had already landed in his hand. Then, he viciously swung it forward. One origin darkness. A black light shone at the tip of the sword. It absorbed the two soul needles into it, swallowing everything in the dream realm. Zhong Shou also felt that his soul was about to explode from the foreign soul power that was being absorbed. He needed to go all out to be able to control it. He was shocked. The full-strength strike of a God realm expert was really extraordinary. Before this, he still underestimated it. If it wasn't for this silver dragon, the chances of him dying should be 70%. At this moment, what the black hole absorbed wasn't just the two soul needles. In his dream realm, all the scattered soul power of the evil spirits after they were destroyed were also forcefully sucked over. The black light dissipated, following which it was one origin white. He tossed the sword in his hand. A white light sped towards Yuanmeng. However, the silver-white giant dragon was even faster and had caught up much earlier. It was wrapped in large amounts of silver saint power as it smashed forwards. Yuanming's soul also turned into 1,000-feet giant beast, using its arms to block in front of its body. With a loud explosion, the entire world was about to collapse once more. The silver dragon retreated, while Yuanming scoffed and continued to break away. At the same time, an extremely furious and murderous intent spread out uncontrollably. How could he take it? How could he take it lying down? Not only was he unable to kill this huge problem of the Taoist faction, instead, he placed himself in a place of death. Ao Kuan's spiritual sense was getting closer and closer, about to break into the cloud world. In an instant, he would be able to reach. That sense of danger was getting thicker and thicker. A strong sense of unwillingness rose in his heart. His fighting spirit rose and he didn't feel dejected at all. He, Yuanming, still had a chance to live. Saint King. Laughing coldly, Yuanming looked at Zhong Shou in the distance, the killing intent in his eyes getting thicker and thicker. This was the enemy of the God Emperor. Taoist faction calamity. Then, he saw a white light that wasn't any weaker than any of his soul needles, heading right over. Like a white shooting star, even in this pure white dream realm, it was extremely eye-catching. The area around was slowly covered in white light. Yuanming's firm spiritual sense finally wavered. How did this happen? Then, he recalled the scene in the dream world where everything was dark and gloomy. Yuanming's spiritual sense shook. He found it hard to control himself at this moment. You are limitless. That white light had arrived and Yuanming flicked his finger. The two soul powers clashed and after a moment of standstill, the white light dissipated. Yuanming scoffed once more. His spiritual sense finally broke out of the dream realm. Zhong Shou saw this and didn't feel any regret. He could only sigh. This God realm expert was really strong. He was giving him a taste of his own medicine, but this strike only delayed Yuanming for a moment and wasn't able to harm him at all. The dream realm dissipated and his spiritual sense returned. The scenes in front of Zhong Shou's eyes had changed back to the real world. Then, he saw a giant dragon claw descend 100 miles away. Below, a body was twisting and flashing like it was trying to escape. However, it was restricted by a power such that it couldn't escape. Then, there was a loud explosion. Within 1,000 miles, dust and dirt flew. Chapter 746. That vast and mighty supreme force overflowed from afar. Wave after wave spread out, hundreds of miles of land were all turned to dust. The collision of the two tyrannical wills immediately set off a storm of soul power that scattered in all directions. Zhong Shou's brow rose up. He tried his best to hold on, going up against the remnant energy of the storm as well as that vast soul suppression. Then, he saw a giant dragon claw appear in the sky, directly smashing Yuanming's body into pieces, blood flying everywhere. When Zhong Shou saw that, he didn't show much joy. He knew that Yuanming's body was destroyed and he had already died. However, when one reached such a realm, even a drop of blood could revive. To kill him, even someone as strong as Ao Kuan would need to spend some effort. As expected, just as the blood was about to scatter, a vast golden flame rose up from the dragon claw. It burned and expanded, trapping all of the blood powder within. However, at this moment, a green light descended from the sky. It sped over from the sky not far away. Looking closely, it was a sword light. The Tao aura was casual and extremely sharp. Where it passed, space was torn apart and the golden flame spread out. Its strength was only below that of the dragon claw. That giant dragon claw bounced up once more just as the golden flame was about to be slashed apart. It flicked its toe and struck the green sword light. After a loud buzzing sound, the sword light shattered into pieces. A wound also appeared on the dragon claw, and golden blood dripped from it. Then, bits of dust scattered down from the golden flame. Looking at such a scene, Shui Lingbo sighed. His body and soul were really wiped out. That sworn brother of yours is truly ruthless and ruthless. From now on, the Taoist faction won't let this matter rest. Zhong Shou heaved a sigh of relief. He faked a sigh. If you knew this would happen, then why did you come? He sacrificed so much, and if he still couldn't kill Yuanming, this trip would have been a waste. As for Shui Lingbo, she didn't care about the words of not letting the matter rest. He and the Dao sect had been mortal enemies since a year ago. You die, I die. There is no other possibility. Now it was just adding another grudge. It didn't hurt at all. Seeing the dust scatter, Yuanming's soul didn't exist in the world anymore. A trace of Zhong Shou's consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness. Then, he noticed that Xiari had already left. However, the silver-white dragon was still there. This Yin dragon was only in the early stage of the god realm. However, the Yin dragon was formed from the Yin fiendish energy gathered by the dragon race's primordial soul after it lost its physical body. Other than concealment, he was most proficient in soul combat technique. This was why he was perfectly fine after the battle with Yuanming. He stayed in his soul to borrow his eyes to observe what happened after Yuanming left. Seeing that he had died, he wanted to leave. The dragon shook its body and turned around. Zhong Shoxin only felt really weird. He still didn't fully believe what Kong Rui said about the protector Saint Beast. However, today this Yin dragon acted in time. So that this time he was safe and sound, but it was true. Although this fellow had taken over the Avicii throne for himself, it was indeed infuriating. However, if he could obtain the help of another God Realm expert, it would still be a huge gain. Speaking of which, this dragon was far away in Gantian Mountain. It was 100,000 miles away from here. How did it come here? With a thought, Zhong Shou's face was filled with a warm fake smile as he greeted the silver-white dragon. Brother dragon, little brother greets you. It was totally different from his attitude before. No matter if it was a country protector Saint Beast or not, he had to recruit it first. The silver-white dragon was startled. Then, like it wasn't used to it, it shuddered. It looked at Zhong Shou with a weird expression and then didn't bother about him. She shook her head and snorted. She didn't want to bother him anymore. Its body shook as it passed by Zhong Shou's side. The dragon's body moved, causing Zhong Shou's soul to surge. Zhong Shou was in a bad state, using all his strength to stabilize his shaking soul ocean. He scolded out in his heart, swearing that one day he would chop up this dumb dragon who didn't know what was good for him, pull out its tendons and skin it. This fellow was even more arrogant than Ao Kuan. However, this time, he could clearly sense it with his mind. This silver-white giant dragon came and went through the Avicii throne. Their minds were connected, pretty much merging into one with his king path strength. What is the reason for this? Unable to figure it out, Zhong Shou could only temporarily let it go. His consciousness left his soul ocean and returned once more. The Een dragon left in just a breath. At this moment, the surrounding heaven and earth was still deathly silent. The giant dragon claw in the distance was nowhere to be seen. The hundreds of soul auras nearby all stopped moving, like they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was terrifyingly quiet. Only Shui Lingbo was so careless and didn't care at all. Yuan Meng has fallen, this Taoist faction is in trouble. As she said that, Zhong Shou's expression was really ugly. She didn't know that Zhong Shou had just suffered in front of the country protecting Saint Beast. She only thought that this fellow was badly injured after taking Yuanmeng's strike head-on. Worry appeared in her eyes. Shui Lingbo used her spiritual sense to sense. When she noticed that Zhong Shou's soul was fine, she was at ease. After this battle, your Gantian mountain will have a few decades of good days? Zhong Shou thought about it and then smiled. It should have 30 years. Not only my Gantian mountain, isn't my Tsang Xingdao the same? After a series of clashes, Dowling Vast Habitat's reputation was already at an extremely low level. It had fallen to the bottom of the valley. Yuanming's death caused his last layer of face to be ripped off. In the next few decades, Dowling Vast Habitat would first have to deal with the Central Continent Demon Path and the many mines and spiritual mountains under their control. They also had to deal with the suppression of Taishang, Tailing Sect and Dowling Sect. They needed to rebuild their reputation in the 3,000 Taoist sects and also needed to deal with the Central Continent aristocratic families and the Taishang royal family. There was no chance of them making any big moves against Gantian Mountain. Even if there was, it would be limited to Zhong Shou and Ao Kuan. At this moment, they didn't have much strength left to suppress the other sections. This was why Zhong Shou would say that Tsang Xingdao would also benefit. Actually, the Kenzo sect and the Buddhist faction were the same. Dowling Vast Habitat had no time to care about anything else, and in the next few decades, they would be much more relaxed. At this moment, Zhong Shoxin's head relaxed. Zhong Shou didn't care about the Mind Stone compensation. The Taoist faction wouldn't hand over those people who participated in the many massacres in Donglin Cloud Continent. The only thing they cared about was that they didn't want to drag down the innocent people under them. Didn't Yuan Meng not want to give it to him? Then Zhong Shou would personally take it. Shui Lingbo smiled sweetly when she heard this, and her eyes flashed. The one who was most satisfied was Zhong Shou. When he said, "I am Tsang Xingdao," it was obvious that he didn't treat Tsang Xingdao as an outsider. However, you still need to be careful. In this battle, you only hurt Dowling Vast Habitat's prestige in the cloud world. Dowling Vast Habitat's 10,000 years of accumulation isn't small. Dozens of Taoist factions, close to 100 spirit realm, one Yuanmeng isn't much. At this moment, the spiritual wave is rising and in at most 10 years, they will be able to recover to normal. There are also many experts outside of the world region who haven't returned. In my opinion, Zhong Shou, you were too rash in this battle. To use the body of an ant to challenge such a giant, how amusing is that? Why don't you hide your claws and gather strength? Zhong Shou broke into a laugh when he heard that, looking right at Shui Lingbo. Did senior brother Han ask you to say those last few sentences? Shui Lingbo held her breath, her expression was slightly awkward. Then, she was really calm. In my eyes, it is the same. Zhong Shou smiled and didn't speak. He didn't agree but didn't retort. The Taoist faction was a giant and the battle with them wasn't something that could be done in a day. However, even if he wanted to bear with it, he needed a safe environment. If he could fight, then he could have peace. He had to force the Taoist faction to not bother about him. Only by cutting off all the claws and teeth that they stretched out over. Moreover, although he didn't gain much from this battle, compared to the entire Taoist faction, he could accumulate small things to make a big one. Cutting off their claws and teeth, cutting off their branches. Step by step, he would sooner or later dig out the foundations of the Taoist faction and push them aside. Shui Lingbo looked at Zhong Shou's expression and knew that he didn't care much about it. She shook her head. Yuan Meng is already dead, Zhong Shou, what are you prepared to do next? Continue to seal the Taoist faction and challenge them? Zhong Shou scoffed, reaching out and grabbing the nameless sword that was stabbed into the ground. The moment it entered his hand, he felt that it was slightly heavy. The quality of this sword seemed to have increased by a lot. Thinking back, Zhong Shou recalled what happened just now. When Yuanming's soul was destroyed and his soul power scattered all about. At that time, he was in his mind trying to communicate with the country-protecting god-beast that didn't listen to force or persuasion. However, he could still sense the outside world. It seemed like at that moment, a large portion of Yuanming's scattered soul power was absorbed into the nameless sword. However, it wasn't returned to him, it should have been used to train the sword body. Till now, he didn't know what this sword was made of. When it first entered his hands, it was only an intermediate magical artifact. However, in this short year, the sharpness of the sword had charged to the top-grade level. Especially during these dozen days when he slaughtered dozens of sects and killed close to 100 spirit realm cultivators. Pretty much every day that passed, the quality of this sword would increase by a large amount. What a weird thing! He muttered softly and Zhong Shou kept the sword. Then, he gave out a bright smile. Naturally, I will run. If I don't, the people inside will most probably fight to the death with me. Even if they were like soldiers, they might still be able to win. However, since things had reached such a stage, the people around wouldn't sit still and do nothing. If this continued, even a wise man wouldn't do it. Moreover, his heaven barrier was about to break and his tribulation was close. He couldn't stay any longer. Waving his sleeves in what he thought was an elegant manner, Zhong Shou was about to leave. Just as he heard Shui Lingbo say from behind, "Why aren't you wiping away your nosebleed? It looks so ugly." Zhong Shou's body shook and he nearly fell from the sky. Chapter 747. When Qingming stepped out of the vast habitat once more, the lone mountain that originally stood outside was nowhere to be seen. Naturally, Yuanming's body was nowhere to be seen. She could only see a patch of sand and dust as well as a giant deep hole in front of her. There wasn't even a bit of Yuanming's aura. Qingming's heart trembled, her hands and feet turned ice cold. That extremely heavy sadness and deep despair had almost completely drowned her mind. Holding on to her last bit of hope, Qingming turned her head and looked 100 miles away. Zhong Shou's body was laughing as he stepped into the air. He was alone but his aura was overwhelming. Qingming instantly gritted her teeth, trying her best to not let her tears fall. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingernails digging into her flesh, her eyes were blood red. She was filled with pain and depression. Fresh blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Wu Su died in battle, Zigui fell and now even Yuanming died. At this moment, more cultivators surged out from the vast habitat. They didn't know the exact situation and didn't know that Yuanming had died. pretty much everyone's faces flushed red, filled with righteous rage. After they charged out, they couldn't see Zhongsho's body. At first, these people were startled. Then, their faces were filled with mockery. Sounds of mockery filled the air. Didn't this Zhongsho say that he wanted to close the door and challenge us? Who knows where he went now? How dare you? He actually dared to provoke our Dowling vast habitat alone. Didn't he still flee? What a joke! So this invincible expert of the cloud world knows how to be a coward? Guys, our vast habitat has never been humiliated like this in these 10,000 years. If we don't take revenge, what face do we have to stand in this world? In my opinion, the sect should do everything in their power to kill him. The people who spoke were mostly grade 9 and below. The few spirit realm cultivators within had ashen white faces. Just 10 breaths later, dozens of Taoists flew out from the vast habitat. They were all in the spirit realm, and their expressions were also extremely ugly. One of them looked around and his gaze landed on Qingming. He flew to her side and bowed. Martial Aunt Qingming. Just now, there was a change in the 10,000 soul lamp room. Senior Master Yuanming's soul lamp was extinguished. I wonder if Grand Marshal Uncle is. Only then did Qingming come back to her senses. Her face was wooden as she slightly nodded. Senior Uncle Yuanming risked his life to protect the dignity of our spirit realm. Unfortunately, he failed on the verge of success and fell at the hands of Ao Kuan. These words were like a sudden clap of thunder. It caused the thousands of Dowling vast habitat disciples here to be totally devoid of color, their faces filled with defeat. Within dozens of miles it was quiet. Those dozens of spirit realm experts all had solemn expressions on their faces. Perhaps it was sadness or heartache. No one made another sound. After a long time there was a slight noise. That Ao Kuan is far away in the outer realm, several worlds away. No matter how quick he is, he will need 2 to 3 breaths. With great Senior Master Yuanming's ability, he definitely can't deal with that demon. Great Senior Master has always been really careful these few thousand years. He definitely wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident in. Even if he decided to take the risk, he should have some chance of winning. Speaking of which, that Zhongsho retreated perfectly after taking that strike from Great Senior Master. This kid is really terrifying. This demon is a huge calamity for our Taoist faction. Great Senior Master has died. Then, what should our Dowling vast habitat do? Qingming's heart slowly calmed down. She held her sword and looked up at the sky. Yuanming had died and she was the only third-generation disciple here. She was also the one with the most right to control the vast habitat. Her ambition wasn't here. If it was in the past, she would definitely try to avoid it. However, at this moment, she didn't want to pass on this responsibility. She stood there solemnly and listened on. There were already signs of quarreling around. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. In a chaotic world, one had to use heavy methods. At this moment, the vast habitat was in chaos and she couldn't use normal methods. No matter what, she couldn't let down Yuanming's last words. She thought back to Zhongsho. One day, she would kill this person with her sword. She couldn't live under the same sky as this Gantian country ruler. At the same time, east of the cloud world, on an isolated island in the cloud ocean, an old man in his 70s stood by the side of the lake. He was sighing leisurely as the image in the lake before him completely dissipated. One could roughly recognize from the scenes in the ripples that this was the scene outside of Dowling vast habitat. The vast habitat was covered in formations both inside and outside, especially the place where one could enter and exit. It would be tough for normal people to see what was going on. However, this old man was able to pass through an ordinary lake. From tens of thousands of miles away, he could see the scenes outside of the vast habitat. The lake was rugged, and in a short moment it returned to normal. The old man's eyes flashed as he was deep in thought. His expression was one of joy, but also a hint of worry. After a long while, he sighed and waved his sleeves. A scroll was now by his side. Then, using his mind as a brush, he gathered threads of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, directly turning them into ink and waving it on the scroll. 20 years old, young master fought outside of Dowling vast habitat alone. For half a day, no one dared to reply. After which, he took the Strike of God realm Yuanmeng and retreated from the no-dream heart-leading technique. His injuries were light. A line of flamboyant black words were instantly written. If one looked further ahead, one would notice tens of similar words. It pretty much recorded the entire life of Zhong Shou. 4 years old, young master followed Zhong Weiran to cultivate. His progress was really quick. His comprehension was really high. He was really smart. He didn't forget anything. He could deduce many things from one example. 5 years old, unable to form internal energy. Old servant secretly observed and found out that young master has a dual meridian body, a broken divine soul, and a barrier from heaven. What a waste! My Lu family's sky burning blood really cannot merge with the seven-tailed sky fox's bloodline. If he continued to cultivate, he would die sooner or later. If little miss found out, would she regret giving birth to young master under 1,000 years of torture? Just 100 years of lifespan. When little miss finished her sentence, Zhong Weiran would have white hair and would be old. Young master. He would have turned into bones. 7 years old, young master trained hard but still had no achievements. This old servant feels that my Lu family's teachings are indeed correct. Little miss was wrong. How can humans and gods fall in love? I am worried that young master trained too hard and would die early. Which was why I used a secret technique to seal him such that he couldn't cultivate. It could prevent his meridians from being damaged and unable to be saved. 10 years old, Zhong Yu hurt young master. Zhong Weiran whipped him 300 times and chased him out of Gantian Mountain. Zhong Weiran loved him deeply. 12 years old, Linhai College to cultivate the soul technique. Unable to form soul power, that was expected. Young master 14 years old, Sangyan Hall head ordered him to head to Xuanhu world. Only when he returned 2 years later did he know that Gantian Mountain had undergone huge changes. Zhong Weiran was forced into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, his life or death unknown. I went in many times to search but couldn't find any traces of him. Young master's experience was really surprising. Dual cultivation sword, breaking through the human barrier, spirit and martial arts merging into one. I found it weird and didn't know the reason. Looking at his experience, there shouldn't have been any external help. Spiral meridians, what an amazing idea. His sword technique was really high, reaching the soul realm. In terms of mental strength, no one could compare to young master. Using lightning speed to clear out the rebels, inheriting the Monster King position, turning the tides, pretty much occupying half of Donglin. 17 years old, I investigated and found out that a year ago, young master had already joined Gantian Mountain. He joined the common people's path and changed his name to Tanchio. Using 400 common people's mysterious dragon warriors to defeat close to 1,000 tailing sect grade 6 Dao soldiers. Only today did I know that young master had unparalleled talent. 18 years old, using our Lu family sky burning flame to create the lightning blaze 1000 flash secret technique. This old servant has examined his bloodline, and he can be considered a first-class descendant of the Lu family. If little miss knew, she would be really happy. 18 years old, young master formed a secret technique, forming the Dharma golden body. Within the vast habitat, he first shone brightly, then it became really dark. That day, he used his soul body to defeat the Cloud World's second sword path expert Juyu. He also connected with the heavens, snow falling in the Cloud World. The north walls of all the Buddhist temples collapsed. I've heard that Vairocana of Buddhism changed the words immeasurable light to boundless light. There were also legends that the future Buddha position had changed, from Maitreya to unlimited beginning and end. I dare to guess that this has something to do with young master. 19 years old, young master unified Donglin Cloud Continent, wiping out mysterious cloud spirit sect. During the underground lake battle, he suppressed all the heroes of the cloud world and was said to be the top sword path. 20 years old, night demons invaded. After that, it was voluminous, and the further it went, the more detailed it became. Like from start to finish, he followed beside Zhong Shou. The first few lines were all called Young Master. The words at the back were all changed to Young Master, replacing Zhong Shou. His words were filled with incomparable respect. A line of words was written, and the old man casually waved his hand, keeping it back into his sleeve. He turned around and was about to return to the small room behind him. On the surface of the lake behind him, water vapor rose up. Wisps of steam rose up and formed a water mirror behind him. A human figure appeared in the mirror. The old man's brows rose up, his heart shook. He instantly turned around and looked behind him. Seeing that the person in the mirror was a gray-haired middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing, he heaved a sigh of relief. So, it is you. In the next moment, a cold disdain appeared in the old man's eyes. I heard that you have been recognized by the family head and have become a hall head. You are in the prime of your life, so why do you have time to find me, a frustrated person? Frustrated? Old friend, you asked for it. The family head values you more than I, Fang Ju. If you want, at most in 20 years you can become a hall head. Why are you jealous of me? That person laughed, not bothering about the mocking words of the old man. The old man was impatient, directly shaking his head. Stop the nonsense, just say it. What is the matter? The gray-haired middle-aged man's expression turned serious when he heard this. A bright glow appeared in his eyes as he looked at the old man opposite him. Of course I'm here for young lord. Chapter 748. The gray-haired middle-aged man's expression turned serious when he heard that. Then, a bright glow appeared in his eyes as he looked at the old man opposite him. Naturally, I came for young master. The old man's eyes instantly turned cold. His energy exploded out and a fierce glow flashed in his eyes. Like a blade, he stared coldly at the gray-haired middle-aged man. Soon after, everything calmed down. Young master is doing well in the cloud world and I will take care of him. You just need to be the Xianyan Hall head. Fangjue smiled. Other people don't know, but I know about the person who the Lu family sent to the cloud world to observe Zhong Weiran. He died in your hands long ago. All this time, it was you, my old friend, who took his place, right? The old man was startled, and then his expression became colder and more solemn, like he wanted to swallow someone up. In the next moment, Fangjue shook his head. When little miss was tortured, she asked me to take care of Zhong Weiran and young master. I am one of them. Fangjue isn't the only one who thinks about young master. A few years ago, he was in a life and death situation and was unable to do anything. Today, he was lucky enough to become the Xianyan Hall head. Naturally, I can't let little miss down. What I know about the cloud world is no less than you. Naturally, I know about the future Buddha of the Buddhist faction, unlimited beginning and end. I also know about the blood sword monster lord. The old man frowned. Although his face was filled with rage, it was obvious that he had calmed down. However, his voice was still filled with killing intent. If that's the case, may I ask if the Lu clan is aware of the matter regarding the young master? No. Fangjue replied really straightforwardly, his expression filled with mocking intent. At this moment, how many people in the Lu family would care about little Mrs. Sun? In their eyes, young master is just a bastard of the Lu family. His bloodline is already destroyed and he is destined to achieve nothing in his life. Who would really care? They are the secret memorials that you send back from the cloud world on behalf of that person. Apart from the family head, no one will take a look. The old man's expression relaxed like he was totally at ease. Then, Fangjue, what you want today is to bring young master back. Bring him back to the Liu family? His fists were clenched tightly. On the contrary, old friend. Unexpectedly, Fangjue shook his head slightly. To me, I only hope that young master's current situation can be hidden for as long as possible. It would be best to wait until he was fully fledged. If I can, I will try my best to cover it up. When the old man heard this, he was startled once again. His eyes were filled with doubt. With your temperament, this matter is very strange. What's so strange about that? Fangjue sighed. His expression was complicated. When Little Miss was detained and sentenced, not only did my Liu family prince and Little Miss's brother participate. Which of the few people in the clan didn't participate? In fact, although the patriarch was angry back then, he wasn't angry at all. It was only because of the pressure from his clansmen that he had no choice but to personally impose a heavy punishment. But if young master returns, what should these people do? He said leisurely, Buddhism's unlimited beginning and end Buddha, blood sword monster lord, grasped beginning and end. This is the number one grand Tao since the creation of heaven and earth. He was about to step into the spirit realm at the age of 21. Even the Liu family, who called themselves the God race and controlled 800 worlds, could not compare to the young master's talent and achievements. It is naturally wrong for the direct bloodline sky burning blood to merge with seven tails. Little Miss did need to be punished. However, if it was the nine-tailed sky fox, it would be a joyous matter for our Liu family. Isn't this telling the people that they are wrong? Not only are they wrong, but they are also blind? The old man in front of the mirror laughed coldly. He would always remember those people who hit Little Miss when she was down and wanted to kill her. Fangjue's voice paused once more. Moreover, young master is one of the 14 direct bloodline descendants of our Liu family and is the grandson of the patriarch. His talents are even above that of the prince. A look of understanding appeared in the old man's eyes. If he still didn't know why Fangjue suddenly made a connection, then he would be a fool. After the patriarch, our Liu family has the highest chance of inheriting the Liu family. Young master's chance is above that of the prince. Is this what Fangjue wanted to say? Directly interrupting the voice in the mirror, the old man laughed coldly. Fangjue, you really have a good plan. They all say that you are ambitious and have a strong heart. Today I can see that. Unfortunately, I don't want the prince to step into that dark nest of the Liu family. That isn't up to you. Young master is like a pearl in the sand. Sooner or later, he will see the light of day. As for his future, it will depend on the patriarch. If the patriarch insists, can you reject him? The brows of the old man furrowed deeply. The gray-haired middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Speaking of ambition and ability, I don't deny it. As a man, one should control the world and lie drunk on the knees of beauties. However, his desire to repay kindness was no less than Ling Li's. With Little Miss's current situation, if no one has a high position in the family, who can take care of her? If I can let young master take control of the Liu family, not only can I repay Little Miss's kindness, but our Liu family will also be able to become stronger. Our Fang clan can rise to a higher level among the Liu clan's external clans. Is this wrong? The old man's face was still filled with disdain. What a nice way to put it. You are just doing it for your own selfish desires. You put young master in danger. How can you bear to do that? Fangjue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he didn't care and directly asked. I have risked my life these few years and nearly died in several battles. Till date, I have reduced 20 years of punishment for Little Mississippi. Then, let me ask you, you have always been loyal, so what have you done for Little Miss? You just stayed in the cloud world these few years? Lung Lee's aura instantly stopped. His face turned green and white and then green. A few minutes later, when his aura finally calmed down, his eyes were filled with respect. I can't do more than that to solve Little Miss's punishment. The only way is for young master to return. He doesn't even need to return. If he can obtain the unlimited beginning and end Buddha position, Little Miss will be able to escape punishment. Naturally, it definitely can't be now. As he said this, Fangjue laughed bitterly. Originally, I wanted to work hard for a few more years, building foundations in the Xianyan Hall before making plans. However, looking at the situation, it won't be as I wish. Old friend, you should know that this cloud world can't accept him anymore. When he said this, sound patterns shook around the lake. Lung Lee's eyes were closed and he didn't speak. His face looked like it was cast in steel. One mirror and one person, their auras were actually in a standstill. Strands of sharp energy streaked across the sky. Occasionally, the flowers and grass nearby would be sliced apart. Within the lake, it was like it was boiling, causing many ripples. A long while later, Fangjue finally sighed. Forget it, let's do as you say. My greatest wish is for Little Miss and young master to reunite. Old friend, please think about it. The water mirror dissipated and the lake instantly calmed down. Lung Lee's lips curled up coldly. Who was he trying to lie to? Chapter 749. After leaving Dowling Vast Habitat, Zhong Shou took out the Royal Demon Flying Shuttle and flew towards the east. This trip took over 20 days. First, it was the 9-yin death with Gong Shinran. Then, it was the battle with the Taoist faction. Pretty much every day was spent in battle. Even if one was made of iron, one couldn't help but feel tired of it. Zhong Shou also had the intention to return. Shui Lingbo separated from him halfway and returned to the common people's vast habitat. When she left, she didn't say anything, only telling him to be careful. Zhong Shou knew what she meant. After laughing, he didn't reply. In just 10 days, he would be able to see Shui Lingbo once more. Just as the royal demon god shuttle flew out of the central cloud continent and was about to get close to Huizhou, a person suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. A trace of aura faintly locked onto him. It also blocked his path in the air. Zhong Shou frowned and looked out. He saw an unfamiliar girl. Be it her looks or aura, she was top class. Her face was like jade, her skin was white and her skin was red. She was extremely beautiful. Her tight red dress accentuated her perfect figure, making her even more gorgeous and alluring. This girl's beauty was no weaker than the Shui family saint daughter. Looking closely, Zhong Shoxin's eyes turned cold, disgust appearing in his eyes. He could feel strands of strange psychic power silently affecting his mind. Subconsciously, he felt a sense of closeness to this girl. That exquisite face seemed to have magical powers such that one couldn't look away from it. This girl was too similar to that Shui Xian. So similar that it made one feel disgusted. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou still appeared from the shuttle. If he wanted to leave, this girl definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. She was just a late spirit realm, even if she was slightly stronger. In front of him, she wasn't much. However, he didn't mind listening to the reason why this girl blocked him halfway. When the beautiful woman saw him, her eyes also lit up, and she respectfully bowed towards him from afar. Although she was really dignified, she still gave one a seductive feeling. 10,000 Demon Vast Habitat Su Xiaoxiao greets ruler. Su Xiaoxiao? Zhong Shou looked at her and then couldn't help but fix his eyes on her chest. He knew that he was being rude and quickly retracted his gaze. He thought to himself, not only are you not small, you are actually very big, comparable to Chuxue. Following this, a sharp glow appeared in his eyes. Su Xiaoxiao? You are the demon path saint daughter from 20 years ago? Su Xiaoxiao was obviously shocked, and looked at Zhong Shou in shock. She then covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. I didn't expect that the monarch would know my name. But to say that she was a demonic path saintess was too exaggerated. This title is Xiaoxiao Habitat of Demon. Vast Habitat is Sky Habitat. Speaking of which, my vast habitat has never revealed the name of Saint Daughter. I have also never walked around the cloud world. How did ruler find out about me? Zhong Shou scoffed and didn't reply. Not only had he heard of this name before, but it was like thunder to his ears. Like what she said, the 10,000 demon vast habitat arranged for this girl to train in the outer region. She inherited the position of demon path saint daughter when she was 12 years old. In 20 years, her cultivation reached late spirit realm. 4 years after the spiritual wave started, she returned to the cloud world and caused numerous storms. This girl was different from other demon path people. She didn't kill randomly. However, she was good at scheming and her methods were vicious. She didn't even need to personally kill people. Numerous cloud world cultivators fell to her hand. The name of Saint Daughter was recognized by the entire demon path. She was on the same level as Shui Lingbo. The two of them pretty much fought for their entire lives and couldn't win or lose. This girl returned to the cloud world a few years early, probably because the 10,000 demon vast habitat felt that the dual cultivator Wuxuan wasn't reliable, so they sent her back. Actually, the few sects in the cloud world weren't limited to the cloud world. Over 10,000 years, their hands continued to reach out. In the outer region, there were numerous top disciples. Su Xiaoxiao was one of them. Miss Su doesn't need to care about how I found out. I just want to ask, why did you come? Although he asked that, Zhong Shou already had some predictions in his heart and roughly guessed a little. As expected, when Su Xiaoxiao heard that, she nodded her head. That's true. However, it seems like the 10,000 demon vast habitat needs to be reorganized. The monarch's information network is really amazing. As she said that, Su Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly. As for why I came, why is ruler asking when you already know the answer? Ruler is about to go through the tribulation and is about to face a killing tribulation. Aren't you going to make some preparations for yourself? Killing tribulation? Make preparations? Zhong Shou's expression didn't change. He looked deeply at Su Xiaoxiao and then smiled. So, Miss Su doesn't have high hopes for Zhong Shou? It isn't that I don't have high hopes. Su Xiaoxiao directly shook her head. In my eyes, ruler is about to die and there isn't any other possibility. It is just a matter of time. Zhong Shou was expressionless, like he didn't care. Su Xiaoxiao frowned and continued. Ruler, you wiped out dozens of Taoist faction sects, killed Wu Su and indirectly caused Yuanmeng to fall. Dowling Vast Habitat has lost all their face and prestige. Even if it isn't for revenge, the best way to regain their prestige is to kill you, Zhong Shou. Dowling Vast Habitat has suffered heavy losses and can't attack. However, Huayun and Longxian are about to return. No matter what, I can't think of a reason why the two of them would let Zhong Shou go. Even if you have Ao Kuan and Longing behind you, you won't be able to escape death. Zhong Shou nodded slightly. Those words were right. Even he himself didn't think that the Taoist faction would let him off so easily. So, what Fairy Su is saying is that the 10,000 demon vast habitat is willing to help me, Zhong Shou. If that was the case, then it would be for the best. Su Xiaoxiao avoided the question and didn't reply, continuing, Tailing and Dowling sects want to win the hearts of the 3,000 Taoist factions. Using ruler's head is the best. Even the Taishang Emperor Yuanchen wouldn't allow Gantian Mountain to grow. Even our demon path is a joke. Compared to the Taoist faction, we are even worse. 10,000 demon vast habitat also can't restrict those few demon path sects. Ruler and Yuanshi demon sects' grievances can only be solved by themselves. As for the Kenzo sect and Buddhist faction, even if they don't help the Taoist faction, they will look on from the side. This is why I didn't think that ruler would have a chance of successfully passing the tribulation. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's lips curled up in a mocking manner. It isn't that my 10,000 demon vast habitat wants to help ruler. It is that ruler, how should you ask for help from my 10,000 demon vast habitat? In this world, only my 10,000 demon vast habitat can help you get out of this tribulation. Ruler, what do you think? When Zhong Shou heard this, he sighed in his heart. This woman really described 70 to 80% of his current situation. Logically speaking, Zhong Shou was definitely going to die. There was no other way. However, this was only logic. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were bright, filled with a mix of mocking and anticipation. Zhong Shou found it amusing. So, based on what Miss Su wants me to join the demon path? It is best if there is a mind restriction, right? Does the Blood Cloud Cavalry want it? Does Gantian Mountain need enough people from the demon sect? How many monster race slaves do we need each year? How many blood sacrifice items? At the start, Su Xiaoxiao was delighted. However, the more she heard, the more she felt that something wasn't right. Her brows furrowed. In the end, Zhong Shou shook his head and scoffed coldly, his expression expressionless. Before I decide to kill you can scram. Su Xiaoxiao was startled when she heard this, looking at Zhong Shou in disbelief. The atmosphere in this place gradually became cold and silent. After a few breaths, she forced out a smile. Ruler's personality is a little special. You are straight and don't care about the consequences. Forget it. Since ruler isn't willing, then I won't force you. However, ruler, please consider it. Within 20 days, my words will be effective. After saying this, she didn't stay any longer and decisively left. In just a moment, one couldn't sense where her aura was. Zhong Shou rubbed his brow with a headache, using his mind to sense. In front of that layer, he could feel a giant crack. Compared to a few days ago, it was a full 10 times larger. This was the aftereffects of taking Yuanming's full-strength strike. The heaven barrier had cracked. Moreover, it couldn't be stopped and continued to expand. Even if he didn't do anything and stopped cultivating, in just 30 days he would cause the tribulation. This time he was really forced into a corner. There was no way to turn things around at all. Thinking back to when he left Dowling Vast Habitat, the evil intents that shot over from all directions, Zhong Shou's brow furrowed even tighter. These people seemed to know that he would definitely die this time. They didn't bother to hide their killing intent at all. Even if he had just caused Yuanming's death. His aura was so strong that it couldn't scare them off. Thinking about it, he didn't have any good ideas. This was already out of his ability. Apart from entering common people's vast habitat, there was no other way. He couldn't help but scoff in a self-mocking manner. In their eyes, Zhong Shou was like a shooting star. Although he was eye-catching, the speed at which he fell was also extremely quick. Thinking about that, Zhong Shou's fists clenched tightly. Energy surged, the bones in his body giving out cracking sound. Actually, this was normal. However, thinking about it now, why did it make him feel so annoyed? After the tribulation, he would teach these people a lesson sooner or later. His brows rose up, causing the rage in his chest to calm down once more. Zhong Shou sighed once more and knew that he had such a thought in his heart. It wasn't that he wasn't shrewd enough and didn't have enough calmness. As the tribulation neared, his heart demons started to rise. His heart wasn't calm, which was why he had such violent thoughts. Just as he was thinking about that, a voice spread out from behind, "Thank you for this time." Without needing to turn his head, Zhong Shou knew that it was Ao Kuan. However, he scolded out in his heart. Why did these experts like to scare people behind their backs? He didn't turn around, just asking curiously, "There is no need to thank me. To have a chance to kill Yuanming, Zhong Shou wouldn't miss it." However, I've always wanted to ask, Brother Ao seems to have a death feud with Taoism? Chapter 750. There is no need to thank me. Zhong Shou won't miss a chance to kill Yuanmeng. I just wanted to ask, Brother Ao and the Taoist faction seem to have a death feud? We can't live under the same sky. Ao Kuan said expressionlessly, since we can't make Ao Kuan yield, then who cares? Then, between me and that person, either he dies or I die. Zhong Shoxin was shocked and then understood. He had always found it weird that he and the Taoist sect had a death feud because Gantian Mountain rose up too quickly. Then why did Ao Kuan do it? Was it really to repay him? But it wasn't to the extent of leaving him with no way out. For example, just now if Yuanmeng helped him, he could just heavily injure him and destroy his cultivation too. He didn't have to kill him. This trip to Dowling Vast Habitat definitely had something to do with Ao Kuan. He wasn't annoyed, although he suspected that he was being used as a tool by this fellow. Just as Ao Kuan left the Cloud World, the Taoist faction suddenly attacked Donglin. All these situations made one suspicious. However, during these few days, he had thought it through. Gantian Mountain and the Taoist faction had no chance of reconciliation. If that God Emperor and Zhong Shou couldn't coexist, then there would be a life and death battle. It was just a matter of changing. Since Ao Kuan said the word "thank you," it was clear that he had the intention to be frank. Keeping silent for a moment, Ao Kuan asked, "This time you are prepared to go to the common people's vast habitat to face your tribulation?" Zhong Shou smiled bitterly. Where else could he go? Since he had made up his mind to rely on Song Xingdao, then why hide? The environment of the common people's vast habitat was much better and safer than Gantian Mountain. If he was in Gantian Mountain, there would definitely be a huge battle. He also didn't want to drag down the people of Gantian Mountain. Who knew that? Ao Kuan said leisurely. Actually, it is the same outside. Within Donglin, no matter where you are, Ao Kuan will ensure your safety. Brother Shou, do you believe me? Zhong Shou narrowed his eyes and turned around, only to see Ao Kuan's clear eyes looking over with a trace of sincerity. Zhong Shou was taken aback for a moment, then laughed involuntarily. He didn't have any suspicions. He remembered that when he first met this sworn brother of his, he had an inexplicable trust in him that was close to the extreme. Even now, that trust hadn't diminished in the slightest. He knew that Ao Kuan would never harm him. The only thing that puzzled him was where did Ao Kuan get his confidence from? This time Huayun and Longxian weren't the only ones who returned from Dowling Vast Habitat. Yuanming's death would probably alarm that End-Realm Dao ancestor. After pondering for a moment, Zhong Shou seemed to have understood something, and a trace of joy flashed across his brows. Has Master already broken through and entered End-Realm? Thinking about it, that was the only possibility. If that was the case, then it was really a surprise and worth celebrating. In the last life, Tan Qiu was just a grade 7 heaven realm and didn't come into contact with the information of these top experts. In this life, only after joining Song Xingdao did he have a rough understanding. He knew that there were hundreds and thousands of saints in the entire region. However, there were less than 40 who had reached End Realm. As for the true realm above, it was unknown whether or not there were any in the millions of worlds in this region. It was said that 10,000 years ago, only Shi Zi reached half a step true realm in the Cloud World. However, before he was able to take that crucial step, he was surrounded and killed. Taoist, Demon, Buddhist, and Confucian factions, and even numerous unknown outer region cultivators. In this era, who knew who could have such achievements? However, once one entered End Realm, one would be one of the top cultivators in this region. Even if there was a difference in strength, it wasn't a difference in quality. This was a true backer that one could rely on. From now on, as long as Zhong Shou didn't offend those amazing people, he could pretty much do whatever he wanted. However, he was more delighted that Long Ying was able to achieve what he wanted. His lifespan crisis was solved. The moment one entered End Realm, one was pretty much at the peak of the Tao. One could live forever. Unless it was a special situation, one wouldn't die or be wiped out. Even if one was killed, not long later, one would reappear in the world. However, when Ao Kun heard this, he smiled and didn't say a word. He didn't deny nor confirm it. Zhong Shou had already confirmed that this was the case and was too lazy to ask any more. Then, Brother Ao, how are you going to deal with Huayun and Longxian? Not only these two, but the Taoist faction was also in the Cloud World. Apart from these two, there were two more Saint Realms. It was said that Zhongguang was badly injured, and who knows if he would be able to recover in a month? Before his words landed, he saw the cold intent in Ao Kuen's eyes. Even with Zhong Shou's firm determination, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He could only stop the words that he was about to say. He still had many questions in his heart. Ao Kun had just stepped into the Saint Realm for a few years. How did he have the confidence to fight one against two? It was like he had a bone-deep hatred towards Huayun and Longxian. What was the relationship between the three of them? However, he was smart enough not to speak. Even if they were sworn brothers, there were some things that he couldn't ask. He could just treat one another with sincerity and support from the side. Why did he have to get to the bottom of it? As for how Ao Kun was going to deal with Huayun and Longxian, he wasn't going to bother. Since this fellow said that, then he would believe him. With this thought in mind, the sky above the clouds regained its silence. However, just as Zhong Shou was about to agree, he heard the voice beside him ring out once more. I haven't congratulated Brother Shou. Your yin-yang world-shocking spiritual art has improved by quite a bit. Yin and yang are born together, essence yin and essence yang have regained balance. You can cultivate to the celestial realm without problems. Did Brother Shou take a girl into your room? Let me guess, is it Ruoshui? These words were really sudden. Before Zhong Shou could say anything, he choked and coughed a few times. Ao Kun smiled. I thought that the first one would be your concubine Yao. She was born extraordinary and has a special energy that resonates with the stars. If she dual cultivates with you, it will definitely cause your cultivation to improve greatly. Nonsense. Zhong Shou's expression became even more awkward, scoffing coldly. Don't think that just because you are my sworn brother, you can spout nonsense. Kong Yao was different from Ruoshui. Although Ruoshui was in charge of the hidden guards, she was different from Ruoshui. Her identity was his maidservant, similar to Chu Shui. Based on the rules of this era, she was born to be his concubine, and that was how others saw it. However, Kong Yao, although she still had the title of concubine Yao, was that even possible? It was already not bad that she didn't hate him to the bone. As for dual cultivation, he didn't even think about it. He also didn't want any rumors to spread and cause this top general to hate him even more. Ao Kun shook his head and wasn't angry. I just want to remind Brother Shou that you don't have much time left. There is no place for you in the cloud world. Zhong Shou's expression turned solemn. That was true. He indeed couldn't stay in the cloud world. Naturally, a tall tree attracts the wind and is the target of everyone. The battle with the Taoist faction was indeed satisfying. However, it also caused numerous people to be terrified of him. Shou Di, the yang energy in your body is too strong and the yin energy is too weak. It is barely balanced, but it can't be maintained for long. With your foundations, it won't take long for you to step into the celestial realm. What should you do then? You can't find another woman in the outer region? Snake-seeking woman? Or the night demon race? Or the Rakshasa race? Elephant woman race? Their tastes are a little heavy. I am just worried for you, don't be so ignorant. His tone was filled with teasing intent. Zhong-shou was also delighted, his smile extremely bright. Brother doesn't need to worry about that. Naturally, Zhong-shou knows. At most, when we return, we will just have fun every night. This time, it was Ao-kun's turn to be stunned. Have fun every night? It had only been 30 days in total. Even if he indulged himself every night and plucked yin to replenish yang, without restraint, what use would that be? Then, Zhong-shou gave out a gleeful smile. Did you forget that I still have the Book of Ian? This time in the Central Plains, I happened to find quite a number of spirit stones. Counting carefully, it should be enough for my needs. Ao-kun was instantly speechless. He understood what he meant. He looked deeply at Zhong-shou and then shook his head. This fellow was really shameless. A few days later, Gantian Mountain Peak. An innocent tea table was smashed into smithereens by the tremendous force. Xianyuan Tong was really arrogant. His expression was really overbearing as he stood in the hall. On the main seat above Xianyuan Tong, Xianyuan Iren was really careful. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She was still wearing the robe used to refine pills. Zhong-shou was the same, his brows furrowed, forcefully suppressing it to not let himself laugh out loud. A full 3 years. One was refining pills all day long, while the other was either running around or cultivating. But what about my grandson? Where is my grandson? His furious roar spread throughout the entire Gantian Mountain Hall. Although there was a difference between ruler and subject, at this moment, it was like Xianyuan Tong was the master of the hall. The faces of the guards and maids outside flushed red. Some of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. They pricked up their ears to listen to the scolding from within. Xianyuan Iren was so embarrassed that she was about to drill into the ground, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Zhong-shou was the same. Just now he was forcefully pulled out from the cultivation room by Xianyuan Tong and nearly went crazy. Following which he was scolded really badly, so it was best for him to keep his mouth shut. Who asked this Xianyuan Tong to not only be his father-in-law but also his father's sworn brother. Ruler, you two husband and wife are really… Lisina sat at the side of the hall, sighing softly, her face still red. However, at this moment tears flowed down. Shou is roaming outside every day. If something happens, what should we do? Anyways, before my nephew is born, you are not allowed to refine pills. Ruler, it's best if you don't cultivate. After speaking rudely, Xianyuan Tong angrily walked out of the hall. Lisina wanted to say something but was forcefully pulled away by her husband. Xianyuan Iren's face kept changing. Zhong-shou didn't hold back and carried her up. I have to go against father-in-law's orders. Wife, please forgive me. Xianyuan Iren's expression was one of struggle. After a few breaths, she hugged Zhong-shou's neck. I can only do it twice today. Her tone was really firm. Zhong-shou was speechless. He only needed to dual cultivate once a day. The one who begged for more each day was you, right? He was too lazy to reply, directly walking into the sleeping hall. He saw Ruoshui wake up in a daze on the bed. Seeing the two of them enter, she was shocked and wanted to escape. Xianyuan Iren immediately pointed at Ruoshui. Husband, take her down, don't let her escape. I will follow your orders. Zhong-shou smiled in delight, his foxtail spreading out towards Ruoshui. Chapter 751. Zhong-shou was so angry that he was amused, thinking to himself that he wanted him to not care about his money bag, who would worry about his life. Since Renbo was so open about his lifespan, he was too lazy to care about it. He directly waved his sleeves and left. Zhong-shou casually looked around before leaving once more. Since Renbo was personally taking care of Rainbow City, there shouldn't be any problems. When he left, the people in the city seemed to know that he had arrived. The entire city was filled with cheers. Zhong Shoshin's mood was really bad, his face was dark and sunken. It was because of Renbo, as well as the casualties of the disaster victims. He headed north once more until the royal demon god shuttle flew hundreds of miles away. Only then did Zhong Shoshin feel a little better. From afar, one could already see a tall platform that was around 500 feet tall standing on a plain. One could see that the stone platform was still being built. Giant stones were being piled up. There were countless people working hard in this place. This was a desolate plain between Gantian Mountain and Rainbow City. What was being built was the heaven-reaching platform, the place where he would go through his tribulation. Within a month, he had to build 9,000 feet and draw a complete spiritual formation. The entire project was like a small hill piled up on flat ground. If it was any other place, it would be a waste of manpower and resources, a sign that the country would be destroyed. However, Zhong Shou didn't use the national treasury and didn't recruit people. Everything was paid out of his own pocket. The materials were bought and the people were hired using money and mined stones. Thus, he was at ease. Instead, the citizens of various places were rushing over like ducks. Naturally, during these days there were some noises. Donglin Cloud Continent was prosperous, and at this moment, there were many Confucian faction people who came from afar. Because of this matter, many people said that he was abusing the power of the people and was arrogant. He was asking for death. However, these were just private comments and didn't hurt him, so he didn't need to care. This was the benefit of being a ruler. When needed, the manpower and resources of a country could be used. He could use them for himself. Outside the stone platform, there was a dense baleful aura that shot straight into the clouds. A full 400,000 troops were gathered here, including the Blood Cloud Cavalry. In the battle with the Taoist faction, the Blood Cloud Cavalry and the Black Fox Iron Cavalry both suffered heavy losses. Luckily, Gantian Mountain had deep foundations and within a few days, they had replenished their manpower. After dozens of battles, if one didn't count the new people, their combat strength would increase instead of decrease. When Zhong Shou landed on the platform, he saw Kong Rui carefully observing a part of the spiritual formation core that wasn't completed. He wasn't surprised at Zhong Shou's arrival. He just calmly bowed like a ruler and minister. "Ruler, don't worry. The Sky Ascension platform would only take half a month to complete. The spiritual formation that has been drawn till date. 20 days later, we can temporarily gather the Gantian Mountain Dragon vein here." Zhong Shou didn't reply, spreading out his spiritual sense to cover 100 miles. After a long while, he nodded his head in approval. Like what Kong Rui said, everything was progressing smoothly. He felt more and more that this father-in-law of his was really amazing. Not only was he good at divination, but his cultivation was indiscernible. He wasn't just a simple spirit realm. His attainments in the formation path were also really good. He was also good at planning. Such a huge project, millions of people, numerous materials. It was actually really orderly and smooth, without any chaos at all. In just a few days, he was able to make the stone platform from 10 miles to 5,000 feet. The dragon vein on the side of Gantian Mountain was indeed being sucked over. He was just borrowing it. Zhong Shou didn't want to borrow its strength to go through the tribulation. Instead, he needed sufficient spiritual energy to temper his body after the tribulation. He wasn't willing to hurt the innocent in Gantian Mountain, so he could only move the nearby earth veins here. This was also where he chose to fight the Taoist faction and the Yuanshi demon sect. In a month, more Taoist faction experts would return. Ruoshui also found out that the Yuanshi demon sect would go all out this time. The one in charge of assisting Zhong Ling and directing the construction of the stone platform was Kong Rui. And the one supervising the work here was Hu Zhongyuan. However, when he saw Zhong Shou, his knife-like brows furrowed, filled with worry. "Ruler, this tribulation," his voice paused. All of a sudden, Hu Zhongyuan didn't know what to say. The tiger's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anxiousness and not knowing what to do. In the end, he could only mutter, "Is there no way to avoid it? Do we need to lose more troops?" Zhong Shou didn't even need to think and knew what he meant. At this moment, the entire Gantian mountain city was filled with such a pessimistic atmosphere. There were very few people who knew that he had joined the common people path. Only Xian Yuantong, Hu Qianqiu and a few other people knew. Hu Zhongyuan wasn't one of them, but he knew about the rough movements of those sections. Naturally, he was worried for him. "The tribulation is set, how can we avoid it so easily?" Kong Rui shook his head and laughed. "Ruler's heaven barrier has been broken and can't be reversed. This is a joyous matter, so why do we need to worry? At this moment, Gantian Mountain is in dire straits and 400,000 ruler is enough. I have tested it and can deduce that ruler will be safe this time." Hu Zhongyuan frowned when he heard that. He didn't believe in divination. Even if Donglin had already spread Kong Rui's skills to the point that they were legendary. However, he still respected this father of the left inspector. He didn't dare to retort. Thus, he could only look around and use his eyes to seek support. Zhong Yuan, who led the Blood Cloud cavalry here, didn't bother. He only found it weird that Zhong Shou wasn't in the common people's path. He only knew that Zhong Shou had a reason for choosing this place to go through the tribulation. On the other hand, Zhong Ling on the other side also spoke up. "Although that is the case, we still need to do our best to plan. Ruler has offended the Taoist faction too much, and we have to defend against it. It is best if we find a perfect method. Ruler is the pillar of our Gantian mountain, and we can't lose him. Even if we join the demon sect, we still need to ensure that Ruler goes through the tribulation safely." Zhong Shou didn't reply, looking around. Then, his gaze suddenly froze. It was a young girl in silver armor who was directing the layout of the camp in the barracks dozens of miles away. Seemingly feeling his gaze, Kong Yao turned around and exchanged glances with him. She first looked away in embarrassment, but then she felt that it wasn't right. She turned back and stared over viciously. Zhong Shou saw that and his heart moved. This girl's situation seemed a little off. However, he didn't think much about it, turning around and looking at the gray sky. Thinking to himself, what would the situation be like 20 days later? Would he successfully step into the spirit realm? Or would he die here as those people wished? After his master broke through, he was already the 7th end realm in the cloud world. Would he be able to return this time? The head of the swords in the past, the 99 Long-Ing sword, the return of the king 100,000 miles away, when Huayun stepped into Dowling vast habitat from the void. The entire vast habitat was terrifyingly quiet, filled with a solemn killing intent. Tens of thousands of sect members were respectfully lined up on both sides. Those dozens of spirit realm experts were the same. They were lined up according to their cultivation. They seemed to be in good spirits, although their expressions were different. Some were happy, some were worried, some were filled with rage, but they suppressed it and didn't dare to speak. However, he didn't see the chaos that he had imagined. However, apart from that, there were hundreds of heads hanging at the entrance of the vast habitat palace. They were less than 10,000 feet away and were so eye-catching. Huayun had even seen 2 of them before. They were the more outstanding juniors of the Taoist faction, and their strength had reached the spirit realm. Such a situation had never happened in Dowling vast habitat in these 10,000 years. Huayun's eyes flashed and then he looked not far away. The female Taoist who was bowing at the head of the group. "Are you Qingming?" Huayun's eyes were indiscernible, one couldn't see whether he was happy or angry. "Senior brother Kunming's grandson?" You are now in charge of Dowling Vast Habitat? Can you tell me what is going on with these heads? Qingming's expression didn't change. She was really calm, instigating internal strife and not following the orders of the palace head. Qingming will kill them according to the sect rules. Huayun laughed when he heard that. His voice was filled with a dangerous intent. The crime is not bad, but do you know? Anyone with spirit realm cultivation, even the true palace head, can't be killed? The tens of thousands of people instantly held their breath. Some of their faces were filled with joy. Qingming's expression didn't change. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If I am wrong, I am willing to be punished. Huayun's brow rose up. Looking closely, one couldn't see any fear at all. He then laughed out loud. Good, good, good. What a good, doing extraordinary things at extraordinary times. As expected from the descendant of senior brother Kunming. Before Yuanming fell, he handed Dowling Vast Habitat to you to manage. Our Taoist faction is really fortunate. His voice reverberated, causing the area within dozens of miles to shake. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation couldn't take it anymore. Dang Huayun's strong, majestic, and extremely furious intent spread out. Those dozens of spirit realm cultivators couldn't take it and knelt on the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Qingming was standing. All of you are really despicable. His voice was like thunder, venting his rage. Huayun's face was twitching. He looked like he was in his 20s, like an elegant teen. His face was like jade, extremely handsome. However, at this moment, he seemed really twisted and vicious, filled with vengeful energy. I already know about that Zong show. This person is an anomaly in heaven and earth, invincible in this world. Wu Su went all out but still couldn't kill him. Instead, he caused a blood calamity for our Taoist faction and died. This is something I can't do, so I can't blame all of you. However, he said however twice in a row. His voice became fiercer and fiercer. His aura also became more overbearing. Under the suppression of the spiritual sense, all the spirit realm cultivators here spat out fresh blood. The bluestone ground below also shattered into pieces. However, Dowling Vast Habitat is like a pile of eggs. It is on the verge of death. You all still have the time to fight amongst yourselves and fight for power? Huayun was furious. The tens of thousands of people here were all terrified. However, just at this moment, a gentle female voice spread out from behind Huayun. Husband, these people mostly have no choice, so why do you have to make things difficult for them? Chapter 752. Husband, these people have no choice, so why do you have to make things difficult for them? It was like a celestial voice, causing the dozens of spirit realm experts here to relax. Huayun also retracted his furious expression. He turned his head and looked back, only to see a 20-year-old girl who was extremely beautiful. Her footsteps were light as she stepped in from the void. She was dressed in a white shirt, looking extremely elegant. Her hair danced in the wind, her clothes fluttered, like a celestial descending to the mortal world. Her eyes were clear, her cherry lips were slightly smiling, like a pure teen who hadn't fallen in love yet. Huayun's eyes first flashed with gentleness. Then, he laughed bitterly. I am sad for these people and angry that they don't fight. I really want to kill them all with one sword. I'm sorry for losing my composure. Longxian smiled and shook her head, not speaking anymore. She stood beside Huayun like a little bird relying on a man. The latter's emotions also seemed to have calmed down. He swept the people in front of him and wasn't willing to bother with them. He scoffed coldly as he walked towards the 1,000-soul lamp room. Walking into the room, Huayun directly took the main seat without any courtesy. The bunch of people behind him followed in with ashen faces. Only Qingming sat on the left of the two of them. The other people could only stand solemnly. In front of Huayun, they kept quiet out of fear. Huayun was too lazy to speak nonsense, directly saying, "I return to the vast habitat for one thing, which is that Zhong Shou. This kid is arrogant and the Taoist ancestor wants to wipe him out. At most, within 2 years, he will go through his tribulation. All of you should make some preparations. You must kill him at all costs." The people in the room all exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with weird expressions. Only Qingming was straightforward, directly saying, "With great senior master here, we will definitely be able to wipe out that Zhong Shou. However, we aren't his match, so we will have to ask great senior master to help." Those dozens of spirit realm experts instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes towards Qingming were filled with gratitude for the first time. Huayun's face was once again green from rage. He didn't have any ill feelings towards Qingming. He was just speaking the truth. He had never counted on it. He was annoyed that the people in front of him were simply afraid of Zhong Shou. None of them had any backbone. A bunch of trash. With another cold snort, Huayun suppressed his rage. "I have already discussed with Dao Ling and Tai Ling sects. They will do their best to help. In a few days, many of our elite disciples from 800 years ago will rush back from the outer region. If there are too many casualties, I won't sit by and watch at the critical moment." In short, there was no room for error in this mission. If you fail because of your negligence and cowardice, you will be severely punished. Did you all hear that? When he said this, he saw that the faces of the people in the room were filled with joy. Huayun was even more annoyed and disappointed. "Since you've heard it clearly, then get out of here." The last 3 words were almost roared out. All of the soul realm cultivators' expressions flickered again. One by one, they bowed and took their leave, quickly leaving. In the blink of an eye, only 3 people were left in the 10,000 soul lamp room. However, moments later, 2 more green-robed cultivators sped through the air and stepped into the room. One of them was Zhongguang. His face was a golden-purple color. The other one's expression was really solemn. The few of them nodded their heads as a greeting. Only Longxian smiled and bowed. Little sister Longxian greets senior brothers Zhongguang and Xianwei. Qingming was the junior of the few of them, so she bowed once more. Zhongguang waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "Sister, why do you need to be so polite?" After sitting down, he said helplessly, "I think junior brother and sister saw the situation just now. The backbone of our Dowling vast habitat was broken by Zhong Shou alone. Those with true ability have all died in battle. As for the rest, they all had their own agendas. Most of them were doing this for their own selfish reasons. There are very few who are willing to help the Taoist faction." He looked towards Qingming with praise. "Little girl, you are not bad." Huayun frowned and then looked towards the east. "This is why our first task is to kill that kid and rebuild the reputation of our vast habitat. It isn't easy." The one who spoke was another cultivator who shook his head. "Common people's vast habitat Mingyu seems to have made up her mind to protect this kid. There is also Ao Kuan whose combat strength is unexpected. His destruction technique is far above the 2 of us. Senior brother Zhongguang is badly injured and his foundations are hurt. 20 days later, he probably won't be able to fully recover." When they mentioned Ao Kuan, Huayun and Longshuan's expressions changed and became slightly weird. The former recovered back to normal and scoffed coldly. "He is just a stray dog. Don't worry, senior brother Xianwei, it is okay if he doesn't attack, but if he does, I don't mind sealing him for 10,000 years. Huayun wants to personally repay the humiliation from 10,000 years ago." Longshuan's expression dimmed. "I remember that when Master sealed him, it was to protect him. He was prepared to let him cultivate his heart and mind and repent. A few thousand years later, he would be able to enter our Taoist faction and serve the God Emperor. Who knew that today he would still be so stubborn? If he dares to be enemies with us, Even without the senior brothers and junior brothers attacking, Long Xian will personally take his life. As for the Yanwei demon sect, they are asking a tiger for its skin. Just as he said this, a voice interrupted him. It was Qingming. She had been listening, but when she saw the withering sword, she was deep in thought. At this moment, who knows what she thought about, but she exclaimed. 3 years. Senior brother Wu Su said before he died that Zhong Shou only had 3 years of lifespan left. Everyone in the room was startled. Zhongguang frowned and was about to scold her. Then, he was in deep thought. 3 years? That is possible. Speaking of which, I have been finding it weird. This kid was born just a short 21 years ago. How could he grasp the absolute beginning sword? Does he have such a strong sword technique? Xianwei caressed his beard and took in a deep breath. Wu Su is good at the time technique. He did have the ability to avoid Long Ying and sense Zhong Shou's lifespan. If that is the case, then it makes sense. Using lifespan as the price to grasp such a Dao. Longshuan's eyes flashed when she heard that. Her lips curled up and she gave out a smile with deep meaning. So, this master and disciple are reaching the end of their lifespan? That is interesting. Just as the 5 people in Dowling Vast Habitat were discussing. Zhong Shou, who was on Gantian Mountain, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Who is scheming against me? Zhong Shou's brows rose up. His body's reaction was due to his intuition. This was an ability that only appeared when his Dao heart was clear, and he was extremely close to the spirit realm after the heaven barrier was broken. Unfortunately, he was unable to trace the source and deduce where this evil intent came from. However, at this moment, even if he used his heel to think, he would know who it was. Huayun and Longxian had most probably returned to the cloud world. At this moment, he was in a room flipping through the records of a cloud desolate era cultivator. So this Longxian was called Aobi in the past. Ao Kuan's dual cultivation Dao companion. Ao Kuan was naturally secretive about his own matters. Unfortunately, there were millions of scrolls within the common people's vast habitat. What happened that year shocked the cloud world. Zhong Shou casually looked around and found several books that recorded what happened that year. It is the hornless dragon bloodline. Due to their race controlling water, they were surrounded by cultivators. When she was in danger, she was saved by Aokuan and became his partner. However, because of this, they were chased by Juelong City and the Taoist faction sections. They fought in the cloud world and killed tens of thousands of cultivators. This fellow is actually like me, having enemies all over the cloud world. No wonder people say that he is an evil dragon. Chapter 753. In the cloud world, the God Emperor has started to spread. It was said that at the start of the cloud desolate era, there was a heaven-opening treasure that fell into the cloud world and merged with it. Due to this item being nurtured, the cloud world was able to produce many experts and become the top of the worlds. It was also rumored that the alien races invaded the cloud world not just for the spiritual energy of the world, but for this item. Only with the luck of a world could one obtain this item. What are you talking about? Zhong Shou shook his head slightly. Such miscellaneous notes were just that bad. The words were messy, one sentence after another, making one dizzy just looking at it. Zhong Shou was also really curious about this heaven-opening treasure. However, at this time, he could only place it aside. He took out the other few books and compared them with one another before he roughly guessed what happened. Chased for many years, helplessly she could only rely on the instant space dragon race to hide. Oh, so this Aobi has a twin sister. She also likes this Ao Kuan. Unfortunately, she likes him but he doesn't. After following him for 3 years, she could only leave alone. Oh, not only Aobi, so Ao Kuan also has a sister called Aoyue. Who knows what she looks like? Ao Kuan is handsome, so Aoyue shouldn't be too bad either. At the start, Ao Kuan's life was quite comfortable. Even if he made the world angry, he still successfully got the beauty. However, following this, the situation changed. He hid in the dragon race Xianlin Lake but was found out. The Taoist faction gathered dozens of God Realm cultivators to surround him. It was suspected that the instant space dragon race head sold him out and made a deal with the Taoist faction. The last sentence had nothing to do with him. It came from the thickest book in his hands. Maybe the person who wrote this book came from Tsang Xing Dao. Although his words could be considered objective, there was a lot of mockery towards that Dao sect. He also felt pity for Ao Kuan's experience. Ao Kuan fought bitterly and escaped, but he was heavily injured and was separated from Aobi and Aoyue. Sigh. This kid is a hero and formed the cause and effect dragon pellet. Although he was surrounded, with his ability, even if a Saint Realm expert attacked, he would still be able to safely escape. If it weren't for love, I wouldn't have done this. Aobi and Aoyu were scattered in the Eastern Sea. They were intercepted by Hua Yun and captured. There are many suspicious points about this matter. The Time Dao sect has already become enemies with Tsang Xing Dao. They wouldn't have any energy left to search and chase. Half a year later, Ao Kuan's injuries were completely healed. However, the Dao sect used his wife and sister as hostages to set up a trap. The capture was successful. At that time, Daoling Vast Habitat wanted to kill him, but Longing rushed over in time to save Ao Kuan's life. After that, Aoyu went missing and is suspected to have died. Aobi married Hua Yun and became his Dao companion. She changed her Dao name to Long Xian. TSK. How melodramatic. Zhong Shou shook his head as he watched. He thought to himself that his sworn brother was such a hero, yet he had such a sad past. She was really a femme fatale. Although the books didn't mention it, Zhong Shou could roughly guess that it was definitely Aobi who attacked at the crucial moment. This was why Ao Kuan was unable to flee before the Taoist ancestors' intent descended. This was why Longing was able to take 3 end realm strikes and set up the Dragon Gate bet. So that was the case. No wonder when I mentioned Hua Yun and Long Xian, my brother wanted to swallow them up. Oh, this hornless dragon bloodline has some loyalty. They broke off with Aobi and removed her name from the bloodline record. Even if the Taoist faction suppressed them, they were still really stubborn. The entire race avoided the outer region. Zhong Shou wasn't interested in what happened next. He closed the book in his hand and was deep in thought. He roughly guessed what Ao Kuan was planning to do. How would Ao Kuan miss such a good chance? The plan that he planned was to personally take revenge on the day that Zhong Shou faced his tribulation. However, there was one thing that he didn't understand. Where did Ao Kuan get his confidence from? A while ago, he did mention the existence and destruction Dao. However, no matter how high Ao Kuan's comprehension was, he definitely couldn't change his foundations so easily. A year ago, he didn't know about it. A year later, he found out that the requirements for this Dao were really terrifying. Time, space, cause and effect, destruction, creation, it involved numerous things, pretty much no less than absolute beginning. Forget it. I can't be bothered. With his pride, he shouldn't run in front of his enemy and lover to lose face once more. Remember, this fellow owes me once more. Retracting his thoughts, Zhong Shou turned his attention to the front. At this moment, there were many silver flying knives floating in front of his eyes. There were a total of 5 of them lined up in front of him. These were the grade 9 cloud flame flying knives that Kongqi sect specially crafted for him. A year ago, he had ordered a full 100 of them. However, until now, he had only handed over 50 of them. Although Tianqi, that old man, died a few days ago because of Taoist faction Wu Su and Yuanmeng, he grumbled a lot. However, he was still really smart and knew that Kongchi sect was now one with Gantian Mountain's honor and couldn't break away. At this moment, not only did he not try to distance himself from the calamity, instead, he stuck closer to him. During these few days, he summoned back a few spirit realm cultivators from the outer region. These newly crafted flying knives still used a lot of materials. Some materials were added to raise the quality. Chapter 755. Speaking of which, after the tribulation, I can really study the sword intent spirit realm, Zhong Shou calculated carefully. Once the mind stones in his hand were used up, he should be able to digest the god power in his body. At this moment, his body could go up against grade 9 spiritual weapons. When the god power merged into one with his flesh and blood, his body would become one. One could imagine how strong his body would be. Once he stepped into the spirit realm, be it his internal energy or body, it would explosively grow. He should be able to come into contact with the sword intent soul. Actually, at this moment, Zhong Shou had already started to study it. He didn't use the iron sand and also didn't use the chaotic cape wind fist. Naturally, Zhong Shou had more time to meditate and meditate. Thinking back to the battle with the 3 god spirit incarnations dozens of days ago, using the absolute beginning sword to wipe out Wu Su, using the 1 origin dark and 1 origin white to go up against Yuanming's full strength strike. All the processes flashed across his mind. He went all out to think back to each and every detail. However, if he gained something, he would deduce it in detail. If it was useless, he would reflect on it and abandon it. If it was useful, he would merge it into his sword technique. In the past, Zhong Shou could only rely on his imagination to form the absolute beginning sword. He was unable to display it and could only make rough estimations. At this moment, after using the blood of the tens of thousands of people in Yugong Mountain to slash out that sword, he had experience and reference. Zhong Shou used just half a year to improve and perfect this sword move in this small area where space was accelerated. Many of the weaknesses that he couldn't notice before were fixed. Many areas had also been simplified. After refining, the strength didn't decrease but increased instead. Zhong Shou was confident that if he could slash out this absolute beginning sword, its strength would at least increase by 10%. However, during this cultivation, Zhong Shou spent most of his time on studying cause and effect, universe and fate, the 6-path heaven talismans. Although these were not his fundamental techniques, the improvement in his battle prowess was immediate. The absolute beginning sword was much more perfect. His gains in these 4 techniques were also delightful. In the past, he could only rely on his boundless soul power to forcefully activate the talisman. At this moment, he was using the black and white whole Dharma appearances to activate them. Although there was a layer between them, he could still control them freely. Furthermore, he could save close to 30% of his soul power. As expected, in this world, no matter what happened, practice is the key to true knowledge. It was precisely because of the frequent use of karma, space-time, and fate that he was able to comprehend so much. If it was in the past, he would never have thought that the black and white holes had anything to do with fate and karma. As expected, in this world, all the rules of the Great Tao were closely related to each other and could not be separated. However, his black and white whole Dharma idol seemed a little strange. It was similar to the absolute beginning and was connected to the end. From the beginning to the end, from the beginning to the end. The two were in a cycle, which was why they were connected to the laws of destruction and creation. Regardless of whether it was fate or karma, they were all in the beginning and end. Infinite beginning and end, Zhong Shoshin shuddered as he thought of Zhao Yanran and Buddhism, following which he heard a buzzing sound in front of him. The sound was clear and sharp, interrupting his thoughts. Looking out, he saw that it was one of the 5 cloud flame flying knives 3 feet in front of him. Threads of purple light spread out, connected to his mind. It was obvious that his spiritual sense had merged with it. Zhong Shou smiled when he saw that. With a thought, the flying knife rose into the air and flew into his sleeve. Closely after, another cloud flame flying knife flew out from his sleeves and hung in front of him. He continued to use his spiritual sense to train and scour it. During these few years, Zhong Shou had been training these flying knives to reach the requirements of the 6 God knife. At this moment, there were a full 38 of them. The mind stones in his heaven and earth bag could last for a full 2 years. Zhong Shou stopped thinking about the infinite beginning and end matter. He used a thread of spiritual sense to reach into the ground of Gantian Mountain. The dragon veins that were gathered at the foot of the mountain had mostly disappeared. The remaining few were showing signs of moving away. This should be the heaven-reaching platform that had been completed. Just as he had expected, after the spirit array was set up, the spirit array was set up. He could borrow all the dragon veins in Gantian Mountain. He was prepared for everything and was just lacking the tribulation. Were the people from the Taoist faction prepared? What kind of surprise could they give him? However, thinking about the word prepared, Zhong Shou lowered his head in dejection. He was prepared for the tribulation, but he wasn't prepared for what would happen after. He still lacked the essence in energy in his body. Before this, he had really thought about it. After he returned to Gantian Mountain, he wanted to be a ruler. However, be it Iran or Ruoshui, they didn't want to. He hated his yin-yang world-shocking art. The erotic cultivation that he had originally envisioned had now turned into a daily, arduous cultivation. Unfortunately, Chu Shui wasn't here. He had been drooling over that cat for a long time and had suppressed it for many years. Was he really going to make a move on his concubine Yao? Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou shook his head. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. When the boat reached the bridge head, it would naturally straighten itself out. Why did he need to think so much? 80,000 miles away, within the Taishang imperial capital, in a small courtyard with a square house, the voice of an old man reciting could be heard. Zheng Zi said, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Are you not loyal to others? Are you friends and not trusting them? I am not used to it." Just below the window sill of the abode, there was a teen who was hiding and listening quietly. 16 years old, his face was squarish and there wasn't anything special about it. However, his brows were high and gave off a heroic aura. At this moment, the old man's voice continued. "This is what Zheng Zi said. The general idea is that I reflect on myself many times a day. Did I go all out when I did things for others? Was I honest when I interacted with my friends? Did I revise what my teacher taught me? All of you should remember these words." Zheng Zi said, "When you see a good person, you should reflect on yourself. The saints said that when you see a wise person, you should want to be like him. When you see a bad person, you should reflect on whether or not you are similar to him and whether or not you need to improve." Zheng Zi asked if there is a person who can do it for life. The saint said, "Forgive me. Don't do to others what you don't want to be done to you." When the teen heard that, his brows rose up, a smile appearing on his face. It was also at this moment that a youth in a brocade robe suddenly tossed a cup of scalding hot water out of the window. The teen in the linen shirt listened attentively and couldn't avoid in time. The water splashed onto his body. His skin turned red from the heat, but he bore with the pain and didn't say a word. The teen in the brocade robe in the room laughed out loud when he saw that. "Just a servant, you actually dare to come and eavesdrop? Scram! How can my Confucian classics be learned by a bastard like you?" The expression of the teen in the linen shirt changed slightly. Actually, even without this person saying that, he was about to leave. However, at this moment the door to the abode was opened. An old man with a solemn aura walked out from within. Looking at the teen in the linen shirt, he scoffed coldly, "Sure, from today on you don't have to come any more. You can get your remaining wages from the accountant." The teen stopped in his tracks, his face ashen white like paper. He turned around with much difficulty and bowed. "Sir, please allow me to report. Sure has already completed everything in the courtyard." The rage in the eyes of the old man in the Confucian robe burned even brighter. "This is to punish you for not following the rules. I hired you for this, not for you to disturb the lessons of the few young masters." He shook his head in confusion. "I also like that you are hard-working, but you didn't listen to me on this matter. How annoying. You are just a servant, you can't take the imperial exams and can't get rid of your status, so what are you learning all this for?" However, the saint once said that there is no discrimination in education. Sure laughed bitterly and knew that there was no turning back for today's matter. The old scholar opposite him had already made up his mind. Sure might not be able to take the imperial exams and get rid of your status as a servant. However, after learning the words of the saint, I will be able to understand more theories. The old man was startled and then shook his head. He was too lazy to speak and directly walked into the room. Sure stood rooted to the spot and was stunned for a long while. Then, his lips curled up coldly, revealing a disdainful expression. Zilliang asked, "Was there a person who could follow his words for life?" The saint asked for forgiveness. "Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." What he meant was that Zilliang asked if there was a sentence that could be followed for life. The saint replied that it was probably "forgive. Don't do things that you hate on others." These people had all learned such theories before. However, no one cared much about it. A lowly slave? Why would the people in this world be split into high and low? Why would there be a servant? Those Confucians actually said that don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Why did they have to split people into 4 classes? He walked out of the courtyard and went to the accountant to get his wages for these few days. Sure was at a loss as he walked out of this luxurious courtyard. He was a temporary worker, but he was a servant and could only be a servant. A few days of hard work only earned him a few silver coins. He regretted it in his heart. If he had been more well-behaved and not secretly listened in on the lessons, in just a few more days, he would have been able to gather enough money for his mother's medicine. Now, these 3 silver coins were just a few days of food. At this moment, there were numerous refugees in the imperial capital. Who knew when he would be able to find a job? He couldn't help but think back to the rumors that he had heard before. "I heard that there is a large country called Gantian Mountain in the east that occupies Donglin Cloud Continent and Huizhou, slowly becoming prosperous. However, their population is small and they need a lot of sailors. The people there are rich and poor but not noble and lowly. There aren't any servants or servants. I wonder if it's true? I heard that there are many dojos and anyone can learn martial arts. Gantian Mountain has a book building, and as long as one is willing to enter, one can choose any cultivation method to cultivate. If I can cultivate, as long as I reach the martial master realm, I might be able to save my mother's life. However, the travel expenses are hard to find and my mother can't take the long journey." Chapter 756. Touching his bag, Sure-Er's eyes were filled with hesitation and also a sense of being placed in a tough spot. From the imperial capital to the nearest harbor city was close to 10,000 miles. When he reached there, he might not be able to meet the cloud ships from Donglin Cloud Continent. Not only was he short of money, but the long journey was also extremely dangerous. It was said that the Taishang wasn't peaceful. It seemed like some aristocratic families were prepared to revolt. Shaking his head, Shi-Er tossed such thoughts out of his mind. He continued to walk home, hesitating slightly before buying 2 more meat buns. He didn't know what to do in the future and where to make a living. However, his mother hadn't eaten meat for several months. How could a sick person only have some light porridge every day? How could he endure it? However, if he did that, he would probably be scolded by his mother. Shi-Er shook his head and smiled helplessly. Moments later, he entered a dirty and smelly alley. He was totally distracted, pretty much following the memories of his body as he walked back home. However, when Shi-Er walked to the door, he was startled. In front of him was a luxuriously dressed teen who was standing in front of the door. He was 7 to 8 years older than him. Who knows what material his clothes were made of, but they shone brightly. It seemed that they were even more noble than the young masters of the scholar's mansion who had hired him before. His face was also squarish, and had a smile on his face. It was bright and sunny, but also filled with evil intent. Looking at Shi-Er, a look of surprise flashed across the teen's eyes. "You are called Shi-Er? You live here?" "This is my home." Shi-Er didn't know what was going on. "My surname is indeed Shi. May I ask why did you come here to find me?" His eyes passed this person and looked into the room. Shi-Er's pupils constricted. The meat bun in his hand fell to the ground. He saw that on the bed, a woman's body was lying on her back. It was really quiet, so quiet that there was no sound at all. That was his mother. His only family in the world. She gave birth to him and raised him. They depended on each other. It was like lightning exploded in his head. He didn't know what to do. Everything was fine in the morning, but in just half a day they were already separated forever? She felt 2 streams of warmth on her cheeks. Shi-Er used his hand to wipe his face. Only then did he realize that even before he felt sad, his face was already covered in tears. Actually, he had long thought that his mother might not be able to survive this winter, but he did not expect it to be so early. I shouldn't have gone to the scholar's mansion today. Perhaps if he came back earlier, he would still be able to see his mother. He didn't bother about that noble young master anymore. Shi-Er was stunned as he walked in front of the bed and knelt down. Then, she looked at her mother's face in a daze. She didn't say a word as she cried silently. Men have tears, only because they have not yet been grieved. The young man in luxurious clothes sighed, and walked behind Shi-Er. He was silent for a long time, waiting for a full 15 minutes. After Shi-Er calmed down, he spoke once more. "My name is Shi-Er, you can call me Uncle." "Shi-Er? Uncle?" Shi-Er raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned around. He then realized something. "Are you from the Shi family of the imperial capital?" Although he used a questioning tone, his eyes showed that he was certain. Between his words there was also a sense of distance. "What a smart kid." Shi-Er smiled. "It is the Shi family. Your father is Shi-Tao, he is my big brother." He reached out and touched Shi-Er's head. However, the teen instinctively avoided it. Shi-Er was startled and then broke into a laugh. "Don't blame your father. There was a reason for the mother and son matter. Today, your mother contacted me, and only then did your third uncle know that you were here." Shi-Er kept silent and didn't speak. Shi-Er frowned and then explained expressionlessly, "Big brother was deeply in love with your mother. Unfortunately, she came from Jingyin sect, one of the 3 sects and 6 schools of Tsang-Xing-Dao. She was careless and her identity was found out. Your mother didn't want to drag him down, which was why she left. Forget it, even if I tell you all this, you probably won't understand." Shaking his head, Shi-Er once again touched Shi-Er's head. This time the teen didn't dodge. "Anyway, Shi-Er, you just need to know that your father didn't let you down. He had no choice. You have no one to rely on and can't be alone. Since your mother entrusted you to me, then whether you are willing or not, I won't sit still and watch my Sure family bloodline wander outside. From now on, you are part of my Sure family, my nephew." His tone was firm, and there was no way for him to reject. Sure thought about it for a moment but didn't reply. Instead, he turned around and looked at his mother's corpse on the bed. "Sure wants to bury my mother first." He felt a wave of sadness in his heart. If only there was no one behind him. Without him, he couldn't even pay for his mother's burial. Shuriwa looked on and smiled in gratification. This nephew was really filial and he really liked him. What was his martial arts talent like? The Sure family was a general family and led troops for generations. There wasn't anyone who didn't cultivate martial arts. Since Sure entered this sect, naturally, he was no exception. A trace of chi entered from the top of his head. It flowed through his limbs and bones. Moments later, his face was filled with a weird expression. This was the combat martial body? Xian's spirit treasure body? He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and retracted his hand. "Sure, you are ranked second in the third generation of our Sure family. However, you can't use that as your name. Uncle will take over today. From today onwards you can be called Sure Wuji." Sure-er's body shook and then he nodded his head without caring at all. Actually, even if Sure you didn't say it, he wasn't going to use the name Sure-er. He liked the name Wuji. Just 7 days later, 700 miles outside of the imperial capital, in the middle of a lush mountain stream, there was a lone grave made of fine marble. The soul-beckoning banner moved and smoke rose up. Sure Wuji's expression was solemn as he knelt quietly in front of the tomb. Shuriwa stood at the side with his arms behind his back. 7 days have passed. Originally, the rules of a famous family were that one needed to mourn for at least a year. However, I have something important to do and don't have time to wait for you. Even your mother wouldn't want you to waste time in front of her tomb. Wuji, what are you planning to do? Are you willing to leave with me? Sure Wuji frowned. His expression was weird as he looked to the side. He didn't reply. Thinking to himself, did he have a choice? Shuriwa broke into a laugh. That's true. No matter if you agree or not, I will bring you away. The moment he said this, he had already flown into the air. A true chi forcefully pulled Sure Wuji into the air and headed towards the east. Flying swiftly, they crossed 100 miles in just a moment. Sure Wuji was confused and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we returning to the Sure family? The Sure family of the imperial capital should be in the west. You can't return now. Let's talk about it in the future." Shuriwa shook his head. His gaze was leisurely as he looked towards the east. "Wuji, have you heard of Zhongsho?" Sure Wuji didn't even think about it and nodded his head. "I know. I heard that he is the top in the sword path, master of Donglin, Blood Sword Monster Lord." The name of Blood Sword Monster Lord was within the imperial capital. Anyone who was interested in the martial path and spiritual techniques would have heard of him. This person was the ruler of a country, and it was said that his sword path was extremely strong and no one could beat him. Just a month ago, there were dozens of famous sects in the east, and for some reason, they had angered the monarch. Just one person and one sword wiped them all out. It was said that during those few days, blood flowed like a river and millions were killed. He was a person even more vicious than demons. The old man from the Scholar Manor said that this person was crazy and went against the path. However, there were also people who praised him for being a rare ruler with great talent and vision. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Shuriwa forcefully bringing him away, then he most probably would have headed to Gantian Mountain to see whether or not he could obtain the cultivation method. To serve under that monster king, if he could cultivate and rise up, he wouldn't care whether that Zhongsho was a ruler or a demon lord. However, his heart sank slightly. What did it mean that he couldn't return to the Sure family? This person isn't the top in the world, but he is invincible. Shuriwa didn't seem to notice anything as he shook his head to correct him. His eyes were filled with passion. Wuji, do you know about the Xiangchu overlord and Ranwu king from 10,000 years ago? This blood sword monster lord is the only person in the cloud world who can compare to these few overlords in a few thousand years. Sure, Wuji had also heard a few old masters talking about history, so he naturally knew the names of Prince Xiang and Prince Ran. They were all heroes and were once invincible. However, he still didn't understand. What was the difference between invincible and top in the world? Many thoughts flashed in his mind as he temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. Why did you mention this person? Do you have a relationship with this blood sword monster lord? You want to visit him? He still wasn't willing to call him uncle because he felt shy and unwilling. We don't have a relationship. Instead, I owe him one. This monster king's way of doing things is really admirable. Unfortunately, this Gantian mountain is destined to be the enemy of our Sure family. Shuriwa laughed out loud. Your uncle is heading east to use my fists to meet him. I also want to return that favor. I heard that this person is about to go through his tribulation. A few days ago, he recruited millions of people and in just a month, he built a 9,000-foot heaven-reaching platform. It seems like his tribulation is just around the corner. At this moment, Gantian Mountain is most probably filled with heroes and demons. We definitely can't miss out on such a show. Tribulation? Sure, Wuji's heart moved. He heard that once one reached grade 9, there would be a tribulation. If one successfully went through it, one could become a celestial and normally one would have to leave the cloud world. Was that Gantian Mountain monster king prepared to ascend? But what about Gantian Mountain? Then, he heard Shuriwa ask with a smile, the day he goes through his tribulation will definitely be the day of the war. Wuji, are you willing to follow me to take a look at this blood sword monster lord? Sure, Wuji thought about it for a moment before nodding his head. He had no choice but to take a look at the top person in the world. At this moment, the two of them didn't know that moments after Shuriwa brought Sure Wuji away. In front of the grave, a person flashed. It was a 40-year-old Taoist, who looked at where the two of them left with a smile. Chapter 757. 30 days passed and there were less than 1,000 mind stones left in his hand. Zhong Shou decisively stopped the time acceleration and kept the book of Ian Extreme Life. There weren't many mind stones left in his bag, and at this moment, the god spirit power accumulated in his body was all gone. His comprehension of the sword path and spells had reached a bottleneck. There was no benefit in continuing to comprehend. Unless he had other fortuitous encounters or his own realm increased, otherwise, it would be tough for him to improve. At this moment, his skin was covered in a layer of yellow jade light that the naked eye couldn't see. And under his skin, traces of spirit patterns appeared, just like the skin of those crystal beasts. When the god power was digested, his body did indeed become much stronger. However, when it reached 70%, his body reached its limit. Then, the rest of the power of the gods was transformed into these patterns. They all say that humans are a type of ancient crystal beasts. It really makes sense. These spiritual patterns could only be seen when one's cultivation was high enough and one gathered spiritual energy in one's eyes. Looking at it, it was really exquisite and gave off a noble and beautiful feeling. However, Zhong Shou knew that these spiritual patterns weren't just good-looking. Not long ago, Zhong Shou had tried it. Once he used true qi to activate it, it could cause his skin's resistance to increase and become tougher. His strength also increased, more than double. Zhong Shou reached out and took out a pair of armors that only reached his arms. It was the pair of Juntian fist armor that he snatched from Wuxuan. He exchanged for Wuxuan's head but left this pair of fist armor. Sky Demon Vast Habitat didn't ask for it from him. However, as this item was tainted by pure demon energy, Zhong Shou didn't use it. He only carried it by his side every day, and when he was free, he would use the swallow and purify talisman to purify it. He also let Hanshi burn it with saint flames. At this moment, along with the Book of Ian Extreme Life, dozens of years had passed. However, within the fist armor, there were threads of demon energy wrapping around, and he wasn't able to totally remove it. Who knows what methods the Sky Demon Vast Habitat used? They dyed this set of armor into a demon artifact and tainted its source. Without 40 to 50 years, it was impossible to complete the transformation. Zhong-Shou hesitated for a moment, but he still reached out and put his hands into the gauntlets. He could instantly feel large amounts of barbed spikes popping out from within the armor. It attempted to stab into his flesh, but was blocked by his skin, firmly blocking it outside. Zhong-Shou's mind was filled with a hint of ruthlessness. With a thought, Zhong-Shou's eyes turned red. For a time, countless ferocious and terrifying thoughts continuously flashed through his mind. Zhong-Shou felt an inexplicable hatred in his chest. He only wanted to kill. He wanted to destroy everything before him. Also, his gauntlet could be even stronger. He just needed to swallow all the flesh and blood beneath Gantian Mountain. At that time, he would be invincible. After a short while, his expression calmed back down and didn't change at all. I have underestimated that Wu Profound. To be able to suppress the demonic energy within the Juntian gauntlet and not be controlled by him. At least in terms of mental strength, he was really amazing. Even if that fellow was a little delirious. In the next moment, Zhong-Shou's lips curled up. As expected, my body is invulnerable to all evil and demons. Speaking of which, how can I, Zhong-Shou, be a Saint King? Where did this Saint King energy come from? He was also filled with questions. Such a lazy person who didn't even deal with many administrative matters in a year, how could he become a Saint King? That was a little too cheap. Then, what was the reason? Shaking his head, Zhong-Shou retracted his thoughts and returned to the front of his eyes. Most of the invading demonic thoughts were cleansed by the mysterious white Saint King Qi in his body. The remaining portion had already retreated back into the Juntian gauntlet and was nowhere to be seen. Zhong-Shou's spiritual sense also stretched into the core of the gauntlet without any obstruction. Only then did he firmly grasp this pair of gauntlets. Those barbs and spikes were instantly retracted. As for that piece of armor, it had turned from black to crimson red. It stuck close to his skin like it was a part of his body. He didn't feel any discomfort at all. Zhong-Shou also tried to wave his fist. The entire room instantly twisted and shook. However, just as it was about to collapse, this 200 feet wide room recovered back to normal, totally unharmed. A bright glow flashed across Zhong-Shou's eyes. 2 times the strength. True Qi, soul power, and this strength have all increased by 2 times. This item in the hands of Wu Profound is such a waste. It wasn't like the spirit artifacts he used in the past, which only increased the power of certain spells or just a bit of strength. It was an increase in all areas. His strength had increased by 2 times. To him, it wasn't just 2 times. Naturally, the strength of the country that he borrowed couldn't be doubled. However, at this moment his combat strength had increased by 20%. If a pair of gauntlets could do that, who knows how strong power would be when the full Juntian gauntlet was gathered. Zhong-Shou couldn't help but think about it in a daze. Then, he shook his head slightly. As expected, the gap between him and those few overlords at the end of the Cloud Desolate era couldn't be calculated with logic. With another thought, the armor melted into his skin and disappeared without a trace. Zhong-Shou also walked out of the room, only to see Xianyuan Iran, Ruoshui, Shirulan, Runbua and the other old officials of Gantian Mountain. They were all quietly waiting for him, their eyes filled with worry. Zhong-Shou smiled towards these people, giving Iran and Ruoshui a reassuring look. He directly flew into the air and headed southwest. At this moment, saying anything was useless. Only by truly crossing the tribulation and stepping into the spirit realm could these people be at ease. However, Iran and Ruoshui knew about Zhong Shou's strength and weren't worried. However, when Zhong Shou stepped into the air, Xianyuan Iran couldn't help but open her mouth. The lightning tribulation is dangerous. Husband's martial path is so high and you are also the ruler of a country. The tribulation lightning isn't normal. Please be careful. After saying that, she tossed 3 red pills into the air. This is the tribulation passing pill that I refined, maybe it can help you. Zhong Shou casually reached out and kept the pills into his sleeves. With a thought, he recalled the information about the tribulation passing pill and knew the ability of this item. It was actually a grade 9 spiritual pill. This item was specially used to go through tribulation. It was said that it could reduce the power of tribulation. Who knows where Xianyuan Iran got the recipe from? She actually managed to refine it. Although Zhong Shou didn't plan to use it and didn't need it, he still felt happy. However, he was still delighted. He carefully placed it into his universe bag. His heart felt warm. As expected, his wife knew how to care for him. He headed southeast towards the heaven-reaching platform, 1,000 feet in one step, and left Gantian Mountain. Zhong Shou walked in the air, spreading out his spiritual sense to cover 200 miles. Ah, it really is a bunch of demons dancing around. In the area that his spiritual sense covered, he could sense close to 50 spirit realm cultivators. Some were curious about him, some had evil intentions, but most of them didn't notice. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. He was originally too lazy to bother. However, moments later, his eyes turned sharp as he looked towards the south. On a road in the east, a spirit realm cultivator stood there. His face was ashen white and he was dressed in black. Around him were dozens of broken carriages and 400 corpses. The blood was gurgling and flowing. It formed a blood sacrifice. The eyes of the cultivator were also filled with a red glow. His body was covered in a blood mist. Yuanshi demon sect? Blood river sacrifice. You dare to take the blood of my people within Gantian Mountain, how bold! Zhong Shou's eyes turned sharp. He didn't use his sword, directly punching out 100 miles away. That 100 miles of space was forcefully folded by this vast power. Then, the barrier was smashed into pieces. Peak Soul Realm sword intent was hidden in the fist as it struck down. The person in the distance was focused on absorbing the blood mist. He wasn't prepared at all. When he noticed this sudden strike, he couldn't dodge it in time. His face instantly turned ashen white, his eyes filled with shock. However, at this moment, the space behind him was also broken open. A gigantic demonic palm also struck out at the same time. A majestic voice spread out from the distance. Ruler, why are you so angry? This is my Yuanshi demon sect outer region disciple who doesn't know ruler's rules. Actually, for these commoners whose lives aren't worth anything, why are you? Before he finished, the fist and palm clashed. The 100 feet large demonic palm lasted for less than half a breath's time before it was completely destroyed. The fist smashed down, directly smashing this demon path cultivator into pieces. As of this moment, all of the cultivators within a radius of several hundred kilometers began to pour their will into the area. No matter how low one's cultivation was, one would be able to sense such intense spiritual energy fluctuations. That person's voice was filled with shock and rage. What a Gantian mountain monster king, blood sword monster lord. You really don't place my Yuanshi demon sect in your eyes. Your tribulation is about to descend. I want to see how you will survive. 3 days later, my Yuanshi demon sect will wipe out your Gantian mountain city. Zhong Shou was too lazy to speak. Did he show mercy just now? Would the Yuanshi demon sect show mercy? This person was locked onto by his spiritual sense, using his words to inject the demon voice into his head. He was trying to make him fear this life and death tribulation. His aura and body were changing continuously, real and fake, flickering as he fled into the distance. Zhong Shou's spiritual sense spread out, causing the nameless sword to fly out from his sleeves. Holding it in his hand, he slashed down. From top to bottom, he slashed into the air in front of him. Then, the space in front of him was like a giant canvas being ripped apart. Energy surged 100,000 feet, sword chilling for 1,000 miles. 100 miles away, a tragic cry spread out. However, after just one sound, it returned to silence. Zhong Shou's sword light retracted and retracted. He brought the head of an old man back to his side. It was a 70-year-old old man with a demon bat mark at the center of his brows. His brows rose up in understanding. So it was Old Man Demon Bat. 10,000 years later, this fellow would still be a small boss in the God Emperor game. Who knew that he would be slain by one sword today? At this moment, all the spirit realm cultivators within hundreds of miles kept silent out of fear. Chapter 758. The shock of one sword caused half of the cultivators gathered around to flee. Like they were afraid that Zhong Shou's sword and fist would cause them to suffer. Zhong Shou's eyes were also filled with rage. Did these people really think that he was dead? They were so arrogant when they did things, not worrying at all. Even a month ago when he wiped out dozens of Taoist factions and killed Wu Su, it wasn't enough to shock them. Sweeping forward with killing intent, Zhong Shou scoffed coldly. He kept the nameless sword and continued to head towards the southeast. A moment later, he saw the 9,000-foot-high platform. It stood tall, pretty much stabbing into the clouds. It had a radius of several miles, and at the very top was a huge palace. This was just the main body of the heaven-reaching platform. There were other sub-platforms nearby, some 8,000 foot, some only 4,000 foot. There were a total of 364 of them, all of them different sizes. However, if one looked closely, there was a certain pattern. There was an altar on each platform. There were spirit masters in charge. On the 8,000-foot platform were a few spirit realm experts. As for 7,000 foot, there were grade 9 and then there were fewer. They were all the most reliable people in Gantian Mountain. They were all meditating, but when Zhong Shou's spiritual sense reached them, they all woke up. The entire formation trapped a full 50 dragon veins here, causing spiritual energy to be abundant. Below, there were a full 600,000 troop. This didn't include the Blood Cloud cavalry. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. This was 200,000 more elites than what he originally planned. Without needing to think, Zhong Shou knew that this was done by Hu Qianqiu, Qiu Wei, and the others. Behind his back, he had mobilized 200,000 soldiers. He couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that these few old Gantian Mountain officials were still worried about his safety. However, although they did this out of their loyalty, they didn't have any bad intentions. However, after the matter of the private transfer of troops, he still needed to be punished. This case definitely couldn't be made. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He directly pressed down and landed at the center of the Heaven Ascension platform. Zhong Shou entered through the air and stepped into the center of the palace. He was slightly startled and looked to the side, at the woman who was holding the refined silver spear. Dressed in silver armor, she looked valiant and formidable. She was Kong Yao. "What are you doing here instead of commanding the army? Why aren't you leaving yet?" Once the heavenly tribulation arrived, the war would begin. With Kong Yao only being at the peak of grade 8, she couldn't go up against the experts of the cloud world a few hundred years ago. They would be crushed at the first moment. Only then did he realize that Kong Yao's aura had increased again. He steadily stepped into the 9th stage. But so what if he's at the 9th rank? At most, he would be able to hold on for a little longer. When Kong Yao heard this, her face turned pale. She bit her lips and looked aggrieved. He stood there silently, not saying a word. Behind him, Kong Rui's laughter spread out. "Ruler, don't be annoyed. I was the one who asked Yao to come up. I only want to save you from this calamity." Calamity? Zhong Shou looked back in shock. He wasn't surprised that Kong Rui was here. The grand formation here needed this unfathomable imperial astronomer to be in charge. That's right. Did Ruler forget about the bet I made with Zhongshuan? My daughter has a calamity. A year ago, she caused a lot of trouble for Ruler. Naturally, Zhong Shou knew. At the start, he used all sorts of methods to recruit Kong Yao because of her talent. Firstly, he didn't have anyone he could use. He also didn't want this top army god to die under a knife in the back. Only then did he find out that Kong Yao was a jink. However, he still frowned. Hasn't this calamity been solved? Although Yao Er's calamity has been solved, Ruler's calamity is still there. Kong Rui explained calmly, his eyes filled with a smile. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it. If Ruler wants to solve the calamity, you need Yao by your side. When Zhong Shou heard this, he instantly understood. No wonder recently there were so many killings. So it was because of this calamity. However, in his heart, he didn't fully believe it, feeling like Kong Rui was lying to him. He was also worried about Kong Yao's safety, but she is just grade 9. Isn't Jian Jing worried about her safety? If those people come over, just one finger can crush her to death. At that time, I might not be able to protect her. This stone platform wasn't in the middle of an army. Kong Yao was originally so furious that her lips turned purple. If it wasn't for her father's orders, she wouldn't have come up this platform. In the end, her good intentions were scolded and mocked by Zhong Shou. Until Zhong Shou said that last sentence, her face relaxed. She could hear that the concern in his voice was sincere. She scoffed coldly, suddenly stabbing out with a spear right at Zhong Shou's throat. The spear wasn't very quick, but it had an aura that made it hard for 10,000 men to block it. Zhong Shoxin's heart jumped slightly. A solemn expression appeared on his face. He felt that Kong Yao and the 600,000 troops under her had merged into one. Even the entire Gantian mountain, Donglin, Huizhou, millions of troops were her shield. In just a moment, Zhong Shou roughly understood the foundations of her spear technique. This was breaking 1,000 army. Tens of years later, Kong Yao would use this to sweep the battlefield. Slaying generals, killing enemies, going up against those celestial and god realm experts, a top spear technique, a military path martial technique. At this moment it was still in its initial form, but it already had a suppressive aura. Normal spirit realm experts might not be able to block this spear. He flicked his finger, his knuckles coincidentally hitting the tip of the spear. An energy exploded out between the two of them. Kong Yao lost control of her body and was tossed into the air. She retreated 1,000 feet before regaining her footing. Looking opposite, only Zhong Shou was standing on the spot, not moving at all. Startled, Kong Yao's eyes were filled with dejection. At this moment she was also perfectly fine. She could feel that Zhong Shou had shown mercy. While forcing her back, he still had strength to protect her body. The gap between the two of them was like heaven and earth. In the next moment, Zhong Shou asked curiously, "Did you cultivate in the army and strength talismans? Building them as your foundations?" Kong Yao nodded her head and replied, "During this year, I was in charge of the army. I also went through the battle with the night demons. My spiritual acupoints were opened and I comprehended the army and strength talismans." Her expression was slightly dejected. She had improved a lot, but she couldn't compare to this pervert. She also felt that she didn't have the face to continue staying on this platform. However, just as she was about to leave, she heard Zhong Shou laugh. "Forget it, one more isn't a problem. This is the 1,000 army breaking spear. It is more than enough to deal with those small fries." following which he was slightly distracted. Army path and strength path are similar to that person's martial path. However, it is no wonder that you would lose to him in the end. Kong Yao was first delighted, but then she was stunned. Who was that person? Similar? Did he also cultivate in the army and strength path? She remembered that she didn't lose to anyone? Just as she was thinking about that, her face flushed red. He just praised her. To be able to stay on this broken platform, Kong Yao, why are you so happy? Zhong Shou's mind was slightly distracted before he came back to his senses. He casually waved his hand, only to see a silver light shine and a series of clanking sounds. A full 54 cloud flame flying knives were nailed to the ground. They were all trained in soul power and could be sensed by his spiritual sense. They resonated with one another, causing a soul power storm and disturbing the spiritual energy around. Lastly, the nameless sword was stabbed in front of him. Zhong Shou stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked into the distance. The wind blew crazily, dark clouds gathered and covered the moonlight. It caused this 100 miles of land to be pitch black. Luckily, the entire spiritual formation started to run. It gave off a dim light so that one couldn't see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Many spell altars were activated, vast spiritual energy shook all around. Beneath the heaven-reaching platform, 600,000 elites formed into a giant square formation to protect the outside. The 7,000 Blood Cloud Cavalry were cruising outside. Who knows when, but Kong Rui had retreated to another 8,400 feet stone platform that was only second to the main body. A few breaths later, his voice sounded out, "Ruler, we are prepared, we can begin." Zhong Shou's brows rose up and he had an idea. That vast aura exploded out from his body. As for the heavenly barrier that he sensed in his mind, it was as if it had been struck by a huge force. With a loud rumble, the crack widened even more, as if the entire area was being torn apart. Zhong Shou could feel that the barrier between him and heaven and earth had been broken open by a crack. His mind could also come into contact with the true outside world. It wasn't like before when he relied on the power of the magnificent spirit Jade Marrow. In that instant, the internal energy in his body exploded and surged out from his energy ocean. In an instant, it filled up his 9 chakra meridians, following which it continued to expand outwards. Unfortunately, his physical body had been trained to the extreme. His chakra meridians were also strengthened, firm. No matter how vast and huge the internal energy was, no matter how much it surged, it was unable to cause his chakra meridians to shake. Within his soul ocean, it was also expanding. That heaven barrier broke open and numerous Xiantian energy surged into his body. A portion of it turned into true qi, a portion of it expanded his soul ocean and strengthened his soul. There was also a portion to strengthen his physical body. Slowly, Zhong Shou's body was like a black hole, swallowing the source spiritual energy around. Luckily, 50 dragon veins were forcefully gathered here, which was enough for his needs. It also caused Kong Yao to look back in shock. This was just the beginning, and there was already such a huge commotion. At this moment, numerous lightning snakes flashed in the sky, one after another crossing the sky. The aura was shocking, causing this place to be as bright as day. Zhong Shou's mind was like a knife and a chisel as it viciously smashed the barrier. The close to spirit level absolute beginning sword intense smashed into it, finally smashing this barrier from heaven that had troubled him for over 10 years. At this moment, he only felt his mind relax. In his mind, another block, a heart barrier, was broken. His mind and soul ocean were becoming more and more perfect. Only now did he have time to look at the sky and deduce the element of the lightning tribulation. 9 Glory Xiankong cycle of reincarnation tribulation. The moment such a thought rose up in Zhong Shou's mind, a red flame rose up around his body. As expected, the more Xiantian energy one absorbs during the tribulation, the stronger the lightning tribulation. The more people one kills, the weirder the heart demon will be. Naturally, apart from Hanshi, Zhong Shou didn't care at all. Instead, his lips curled up. It had already begun. Don't disappoint him. Chapter 759. When Shuriwe brought Wuji to the south of Gantian Mountain, it was already midnight, the end of the night. Coincidentally, in the distance, a huge spiritual wave swept all about. In a short 2 days, they had traveled continuously. Wuji was already exhausted. Flying high up in the sky, the gusts of astral wind were like blades. Even with Shuriwe protecting him, he felt like his entire body was being crushed. He hadn't slept for 2 days and was extremely tired. However, when Shuriwe chose a 7,000 feet tall hill to land on, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wuji gritted his teeth and stood straight up. At least within his energy ocean, it was warm. There was a mouse-like airflow circulating around his body. This was taught by Shuriwe, the pill-containing spirit technique. It was said to be a top dual cultivation technique. Although it wasn't a secret technique of the Shur family, it was above the Shur family's martial path. For the past 2 days, Wuji had been forcefully enduring the supreme force in the air to cultivate this technique. 2 days ago, he had already felt the energy. 2 days later, he had already opened up a chakra meridian. However, in the words of his uncle, it wasn't worth mentioning. He said that Zhong Shou broke through to the dual meridian body at 14, and only then did he start to cultivate. In just half a year, he entered Xiantian. As for Shuriwe himself, his cultivation speed wasn't any slower than his. Wuji was far from it. Wuji wasn't unhappy. Out of the 2 of them, one was invincible in the world. The other was a step earlier than the former, and had already stepped into the spirit realm. He was also 20 years old. He didn't know how strong he was, but since he had the right to owe that person a favor, then he knew a thing or two. 16 years, he had understood. Dragons didn't coexist with snakes, phoenixes didn't stand among chickens. He worked tirelessly on this technique, not to compete, but purely because he was happy. Every bit of progress made him extremely happy. It was like a person who had been thirsty for a long time and finally saw the rain. His dream of cultivating in the past had already been realized. What he needed to do now was to use every minute to raise his strength. He started at 16, so he couldn't waste his time. I finally made it in time. Shuriwe reached out with his spiritual sense and then laughed. Demon bat old man? He had actually slashed down with his sword. It was indeed his style. His strength is even more unfathomable. He's killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As he spoke, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Under the cover of the moonlight, spiritual light flickered in the distance. Wuji looked over, and only then did he realize that there were many towering stone platforms 20 miles away that were surging with killing intent. His cultivation wasn't high enough, but he could feel that there was something wrong with the spiritual energy flow here. Turning around, one could see that Shuriwe's expression was really solemn. What an impressive heaven-escape universal array! After a long while, Shuryu smiled in admiration. The person who set up the formation is very impressive. It is indeed impressive. I heard that Gantian Mountain imperial astronomer Kong Rue single-handedly laid it out. In the void, a graceful female voice came out. The voice was like an orchid in an empty valley. Taishang's Yuanqing emperor really made a mistake this time. He gave the 2 of them to Gantian for nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman flew over from the distance. Wuji looked over and was immediately stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. She was much prettier than his mother. However, moments later, Wuji frowned. He didn't like this seductive gaze. He also hated that kind of seduction. How could a man be seduced by beauty? He also wasn't willing to let his will be shaken by such a voice. In just half a breath, he turned his head away and forcefully shifted his gaze away. Shiryue's lips curled up and his eyes were filled with praise. The woman was slightly surprised. Along with the two in front of her, this was the third person who wasn't seduced by her charms. As for this young man, he didn't have any cultivation at all. Looking deeply at Shiryuji, the teen's beautiful eyes turned as she looked at Shiryue. My daughter Su Xiaoxiao greets General Shi. I know you. Shiryue nodded his head. Sky Demon Vast Habitat's new saint daughter, right? You came this time for the Blood Sword Monster Lord. I heard that your Vast Habitat's previous Saint Sun Wuxuan has deep grievances with him? Personal grievances have nothing to do with the Vast Habitat. I am just here to spectate. Su Xiaoxiao smiled. Actually, I should be the one asking General Shi. If you helped, that Monster Lord would be in a worrying situation. Saint Daughter should know that I owe him a favor. Even if I don't help, I can't take advantage of him. Shiryu laughed. He looked around. This place is a gathering of heroes. Who knows how many elites have gathered? When will it be my turn? As he said that, he paused and said with a cold intent, Oh right, I haven't asked. Saint Daughter, why did you come to find me? Shiryuji was young, and when he heard that, he looked around. As expected, during this period of time there were numerous people who flew over. There were also many cultivators who couldn't fly who rushed over. The surrounding hills were filled with people. Looking out, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 people. However, he didn't know that the two people beside him were talking like old friends. Actually, the atmosphere was already at daggers drawn and bows bent. On this hill, the auras clashed in an instant. In an instant, spiritual sense and energy clashed thousands of times. Shiryu was calm as usual, smiling widely. Su Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly. After a few breaths, she took half a step back. Then, she decided to back off until she was 10 steps away. Breaking away from the energy entanglement with Shiryue, she smiled. As expected from Shiryue. In this world, only the Blood Sword Monster Lord can be your opponent. Zhongshou is really fortunate to be able to obtain your help today. I won't stop you today. You can't stop me. Shiryue laughed and shook his head. If I miss this chance, I won't be able to return this favor. Normally, why would he need my help? Which is why. A sharp glow shot out from his eyes, stabbing towards Su Xiaoxiao like a knife. I will kill anyone who tries to stop me. Shiryuji was totally confused when he heard that. However, he roughly knew that Shiryue came to help Zhongshou. He raised his head and asked curiously, Shiryue, is that monster lord unable to go through his tribulation? You have to call him uncle. Shiryue patted his head. Just a heaven tribulation, I don't fear it. To him, it's naturally even more so. Not a problem. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled and continued the conversation. She looked at Shiryuji with great interest. The top sword path of the cloud world wouldn't fear this heaven tribulation. Unfortunately, this blood sword monster lord had made too many enemies and his sharpness was too strong. Today, not only does Dowling Vast Habitat want his life, but there are also Tailing, Dowling, and Yuansher sects. Even Great Yu in the south doesn't want him to live. Seeing Shiryuji's eyes filled with confusion, Su Xiaoxiao was helpless, shaking her head and explaining, You only need to know that these powers. Pretty much all of them can go up against Taishang. Chapter 760. You only need to know about these powers. Pretty much every one of them can go up against Taishang. Shiryuji was shocked. Powers that could go up against Taishang? How tyrannical was that? Was there really such a power in this world? Su Xiaoxiao looked at him and gave out a deep smile. This was really interesting. The Shi family disciples actually didn't know about Tailing sect and Dowling Vast Habitat. Then, Do you think that Blood Sword Monster Lord has a chance to live? You are exaggerating. Shuriwa scoffed coldly and shook his head, explaining to Shiwuji that Dowling Vast Habitat can go up against half of Taishang. Tailing Sect and Yuanshi Demon Sect are a little weaker. Dowling Sect and Great Yu in the south are much weaker. You need to remember that these few sects are some of the biggest powers in the world. Our Shi family might not fear them, but it is best if we don't offend them. Seeing Shiwuji nod his head in confusion, Shuriwa smiled. It is true that the Blood Sword Monster Lord is in trouble. However, I don't believe that he is destined to die with no chance of winning. During these few years, who knows how many waves he has been through since he started to fight for the Monster King position. How many times did people think that he would definitely lose and die? What happened in the end? Su Xiaoxiao was startled and then she was deep in thought. If other people said those words, she wouldn't care. However, since it came from Shuriwa, it was different. In Central Cloud Continent there were a few God Emperor seeds who were all really outstanding. However, at this moment, the few sects had slowly placed their eyes on Shuriwa, the person they didn't have high hopes for. What he did these few years was amazing. He was really strong and smart. Shuriwa didn't bother about it. Different people had different views on this matter, and he didn't force them to believe him. Anyways, there would be an outcome in a short while. However, before he said those words, a cold scoff spread out. I feel that this Zhong Shou will definitely die. Kid, are you saying those words to help the Blood Sword Monster Lord? Shiryu frowned. He felt a killing intent envelop him. When Xiao Chun turned his head to look, he saw a child with a demonic look on his face standing 30,000 feet away. She was only 7 or 8 years old and looked like she was carved out of jade. However, she was able to step on the air with ease. He didn't recognize this child, but he was familiar with the person standing behind him. It was Hai Shangjuan of the Primeval Demon Sect, the second most powerful person of the Demon Sect 300 years ago. However, at this moment it was standing at the back. It was obvious that this 7-year-old kid was in charge. Sure, you didn't even need to look to know that this person's strength was definitely not ordinary. When the two of them spoke, they could control their voices, making it difficult for others to hear them. Yet, this person was able to detect it from thousands of feet away. At the very least, his cultivation wasn't below the two of them. Raising his eyebrows, Shiryu nodded his head nonchalantly. If you want to think that way, that's fine too. Anger flashed in the child's eyes, as if he was about to explode. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and bowed towards him. Sky Demon Vast Habitat, Su Xiaoxiao greets Yuan High Saint Ruler. Who knew that the Saint Ruler would also return to the Cloud World? Oh right. Let the Saint Ruler know that the person beside me is General Shiryu. He came from the Taishang Shi family. He is the first person in our Cloud World to open up the outer region. I heard that half a year ago, he had already invaded a small world. When he said the last few words, his expression turned serious. Hai Shangjuan behind him also had a serious expression as he looked at Shiryu. A wary expression flashed across Shiryu's face. He had heard of this name before. However, he should be called Yuan Hai Demon Child. 500 to 600 years ago, he caused the north of the Cloud World to nearly turn into a blood ocean. To cultivate a blood ocean foundation birth technique, he went around committing evil and slaughtered millions of people. After which, many Taoist sects tried to capture him, but they couldn't do anything about it. He escaped out of the Cloud World and no one knew where he went. Who knew that he would return to the Cloud World today? Looking at his aura, he had entered the celestial realm long ago. Due to the suppression of the Cloud World, he maintained his spirit realm peak cultivation. Yuan Hai's eyes flashed and he took in a deep breath. He scoffed heavily, waving his sleeves and turning around. Today, this Zhong Shou killed 2 people from my Yuanshi demon sect. No matter what, he will definitely die. Most of the people here are enemies of Zhong Shou and hate him to the bone. Please be careful with your words. Shiryue's lips curled up. How would he not know about that, so why would he care? However, with this person here, he lost interest in continuing to speak and just waited quietly. In just a moment, dozens of people appeared near the hill. Their cultivations were all different, some below grade 6 and some spirit realm experts. However, the one who attracted his attention the most was a green-robed Taoist. His cultivation was only grade 8, but his aura was really thick and his foundations were firm. Amidst his calmness, there was also a little violent energy. Not only Shiryu, but even Yuan Hai Demon Child and Hai Shangjuan couldn't help but turn their heads and look closely at this person. Su Xiaoxiao recognized this person. This is Chuyun Sect's Gong Yuan. A few months ago, their entire sect was wiped out by Zhong Shou's sword. He hates that blood sword monster lord to the bone. Shiryue was enlightened, thinking to himself that Zhong Shou felt great killing 40 sections. However, he also made a really strong enemy for himself. This person would definitely be an outstanding person in the future. He also felt slightly weird. Su Xiaoxiao was said to be in the outer region. Why did she know about the cloud world like the back of her hand? Not only was this place bustling with noise and excitement, along with the dark clouds gathering in the sky, lightning flashed. More and more people descended from the sky. A portion of them gave off a really strong aura and were really ostentatious. Several surging waves of soul pressure swept in all directions, cleansing the vast sky. Right at the moment when the distant grand heavenly escaping heavenly cycle formation began to operate, a voice suddenly sounded. A silver-white flame pretty much tore apart the entire heaven and earth as it suddenly fell down. Spiritual sense shook, causing the faces of the cultivators below the hill to turn ashen white. There were also people who recognized the silhouette within the silver flames, and they let out cries of surprise. It is Xueyan. 700 years ago, he burned close to 100 demon path, heavenly realm cultivators. In the south, there was a giant ice pillar that rose up from the ground. It stabbed into the clouds and stopped at 999 feet. It pretty much instantly formed and was even taller than the heaven-reaching platform. The dozens of miles around turned into a country of ice and snow. A figure stood high up on the ice pillar, looking down at them from a commanding position. This is ice sealing 1,000 miles. Could that be the northern profound, unfettered cultivator on the ice platform? His spiritual sense spread out and suppressed all around. In the west, there were pink petals that floated down. Vines rose from the ground one after another. They formed a wooden platform 1,400 feet in the sky. It held up a woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly in midair. It's the Ihwa Sanren who ascended 830 years ago. Yuan Hai looked out and scoffed unhappily. They just stepped into celestial realm and their auras are getting more and more arrogant. However, this Dowling vast habitat is really going all out. However, Shiryue knew that these people created such a commotion to suppress Zhong Shou and the person in the formation, to make them feel wary and wary. What a big deal, just the celestial realm cultivators that he sensed, there were already 7 of them. There were also 4 who were either hiding in the dark or not showing off their auras. There are a total of 8, Su Xiaoxiao said expressionlessly. Based on what I know, the Taoist faction and Yuanshi demon sect have reached the heavenly realm. There are a total of 8 celestial realm cultivators who returned to the cloud world. Does Brother Shi think that Zhong Shou can safely pass this tribulation? He raised his eyes and looked into the sky. At this moment, outside of the cloud world, there were 4 Saint Realm cultivators and 3 God Realm cultivators. Behind Zhong Shou, there was only 1 Ao Kuan and 1 Long Ying. As for Tsang Xingdao and Mingyu, if they were smart enough, they wouldn't interfere. He really didn't understand. Was the Blood Sword Monster Lord really confident or was he just too stubborn? Sky Demon vast habitat should have been his only way out. For a top talent like him, even if the vast habitat placed restrictions on him, they wouldn't restrict him too much. Instead, they would protect and protect him. However, he wanted to give up on this path, and even caused her to be scolded by her senior. Shiryu sighed helplessly. He could feel that a giant veil formed by the Taoist faction was slowly covering Zhongshou. If he couldn't take it, if he wasn't careful, his body would be smashed to pieces. At this moment, even he didn't think that Zhongshou had much chance of winning. If it was a normal time, he might be able to handle it. However, during this lightning tribulation, he didn't have much time to spare. Just at this moment, the surging black clouds were finally ripped open and a white light descended from the sky. The surrounding dozens of miles were instantly silent. Almost everyone held their breaths as they looked up at the sky. A few breaths later, a loud laugh spread out all around. It is the head of the Heaven Realm Tribulation, the 9 Glory Xiankong cycle of reincarnation tribulation. The heavens really have eyes. The laughter was arrogant and unrestrained, filled with excitement and violence. Zhongshou, when you killed my master, did you think that you would end up like this? Those who kill will be killed by others. Today is the day of your eternal damnation, the day of your death. Shiryu looked over and understood. That person was Xiaoxiangzi. Wu Su died and his senior brother also fell to Zhongshou's sword. Naturally, he wouldn't rest until one of them died with Zhongshou. It was no wonder that this person would be so deranged at this moment. He was not the only one. Even Gong Yuan, who was not far away, was trembling. His Tao heart was much more firm, and he was able to suppress the killing intent and excitement. Beside him, Shi Wuji was a little worried as he looked at the heaven-reaching platform in the distance. He thought to himself that the Blood Sword Monster Lord was an invincible expert. Would he die today? Su Xiaoxiao laughed. No matter what, for this Zhongshou to be able to offend so many experts to gather here today, it is all for him. Just killing him alone is enough to be proud of. Coincidentally, in the void outside of the cloud world. At the same time, there was another person who exclaimed in admiration. It is actually the 9 Glory Xiankong cycle of reincarnation tribulation. What a blood sword monster lord, as expected. He is really amazing. He was standing right outside of the cloud world, within the world river in the void barrier. The person who spoke was Huayun. I heard that the person who could cause such a tribulation trained his body to the extreme. I've only seen 3 cases in the 10,000 years I've been roaming the outer realms. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.